It has begun!
Oh, Alright, I think I'm live. It's hard to tell because I don't have preview yet. Alright, cool. Although I feel like I'm skipping a little bit. maybe. Preview yet. Oh. Well, it seems smooth, unless it's the real-time chat that's causing a bit of replay glitch. Stream manager. So I'm just going to watch on Twitch, and if there's any skipping on there, maybe. Doesn't seem to be any skipping on the Twitch app. Rad, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm just using Moblin at the moment, and I think I am getting quite a bit of glitching. So what I might do is I'll drop the bit rate from the Pocket 3 down. Let's see here. If we go to here, and this should be the front-facing camera now of the iPhone. Let me now deactivate. Because that seemed to be pretty stable last time I tested it out. Pocket 3 M7U. So, alright, let's give that a go. Should still have at least the front-facing camera of the iPhone, so that should be fine. And now just waiting for the Pocket 3 to reconnect to the iPhone 11 Pro Max. Yeah, it hasn't popped up yet. Okay, now it has. It does seem a lot smoother on the actual iPhone itself. And looking at the Twitch preview, it does, the iPhone camera seems to be fine. So now we'll just wait for it to switch over to the Pocket 3 camera and see how that fares. I keep forgetting to change glasses. Damn. All right, well, it is what it is. Let's get going before the sun is it locked in? Yep, done. Okay. Let's go. Oh, we don't need that. We'll just need the iPhone playback. Alright, let's go. Now, I haven't actually set up the drone to the Moblin app yet, so that will be something interesting to see live as I do it. Yeah. Even though I have the Netgear Nighthawk M7 Ultra as the router internet connection here, so very odd. Even though it boasts the Wi-Fi 7 wireless network, no, it's going to be home time. That road's going to be full. So, yeah. This motherfucker. Alright. It could be that I'm also using the DJI Mic 2 as well. That could be causing interference. Who knows? But yeah, hope you're doing well, Rad. How's things? Yes, yes. Well, let's do that now before heading towards the beach area, because I will definitely need the mic because of all the wind. Right, so no wireless mic now. So it's the Pocket 3 connected into the Netgear Nighthawk M7 Ultra travel modem / router, and I have it paired with the 11 Pro Max. I have set the RTMP wireless stream from the Pocket 3. I believe I've set it to 4, or unless I've left it at 6, whichever. Things are okay, just shopping for motorbike stuff. Carbon selfie sticks. Oh yeah. Ah, nice. Nice. 4 seems crazy low, yeah. Unless it's my iPhone. The iPhone 11 Pro Max probably, it is still running on the iOS 18 software. I haven't upgraded it to the 26, even though it's capable of running the 26. I've left it on the 18, or iOS 18 version. So let's Cliff, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. Well, hopefully, I mean, it was raining pretty much during lunchtime and like mid-afternoon, so it looks like the weather should be clear, so we can try and do some testing with the drone as well. Ah, yeah. I have my iPad as well. I haven't shifted over to 26 either. So none of my iOS devices or iPad devices have shifted over to iOS 26 yet. Although I am still using the test flight of Moblin at the present moment. So yeah, a lot of testing. So yeah, as I mentioned before, I'll be testing out the DJI Neo 2 drone this afternoon, connected to the Moblin app. So I believe the Moblin app is test flight version 30, running on an iPhone 11 Pro Max, running on the iOS 18 software. So yeah. Iro lives on the edge as well. Yeah, I think I've been eyeing off Officeworks and the iPhone 17 Pro, only because that store has it in stock in my location. Telstra doesn't really tell me if it's in stock in Casuarina store or not. JB Hi-Fi doesn't really tell me if it's in stock or not. Although JB Hi-Fi has some kind of a deal on right now, so if you were to purchase an iPhone and sign up for like a 24-month plan within the JB Hi-Fi mobile ecosystem, apparently you get $1,000 off the iPhone costs, but I don't know what that means. So I'm gonna have to look into proper details of that and get back. But yeah, that's $2,000 right there. $2,000 just for the iPhone 17 Pro, not the Max, just the Pro, the base model of the iPhone 17 Pro, which I believe is 120 or 256. I can't remember now. But the reason why I'm looking at it through Officeworks is because I am also a OnePass member, and within the OnePass membership, if you have linked your Flybys account, you get 5 times the amount of points. So if you were to purchase the iPhone 17 Pro at $2,000, you would get, times that by 5, you get 10,000 Flyby points. Check the fine print, how much it will cost your soul, yeah. Because that's the one thing I don't want to be, is locked into a contract. I rather, even if I have to do it in installments, I'd rather buy the iPhone outright. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they would have sussed out that particular loophole. Alright, we are approaching the beach area, so reception might drop, so please bear with me. And it looks like the sky is still holding, so it doesn't look like there's rain, although I could be wrong. True, yeah. If the JB Hi-Fi or other stores are able to provide a good deal for the iPhone 17 Pro, and if the deal is more beneficial than trying to get the 10,000 flyby points from Officeworks, then I might opt to go with that. So at least I have built up enough, I guess you could call it credit, if I was to do the installment financial plans such as PayPal or Pay in 4 or Afterpay. So I have quite a bit of built up credit to purchase large items. Alright, so again we have the mic turned off. We have the Pocket 3 connected to the Netgear Nighthawk M7 Ultra, and yeah, hopefully we have some smoother stream from the Pocket 3 RTMP wireless stream. Should have came earlier. It's fine. We'll probably be like 20 minutes here, or 30 minutes, depending on how far, depending on the tide, depending on reception, the spot I usually stand in. Ooh, looks like it's high tide. Right, we might get stuttery, or we might get some signal loss from bad reception. So I'll be back. Ooh, this guy, he's got his reverse on, but the door's wide open. Might be stuttering. So let me check the on 6. we should have pocket Are we okay? the loose sense. Alright. Right, let's switch to Pocket 3. Let me know if it's smooth or choppy. Audio okay? Yeah, this is the front-facing microphone audio. The internal SIM card of the iPhone isn't running. Yeah. Okay, yep, we've got something now. Right, let's create a scene. We go to cogwheel, scenes. We go to create. This scene, we'll call it drone Neo 2. Done. Now we need to go into the RTMP ingest. We go to ingest, we go to RTMP server. Let's we're going to have to disable this. So essentially we'll create a server here and copy the IP address that we need to feed into the DJI Fly app. So let's switch over to the front. I'm disabling the RTMP server, creating a new RTMP server, calling this RTMP Neo 2. Done. Password. Oh, we should be back, and we should be using the Pocket 3 microphone. Okay. I wish I had a table. Well, someone's using that table. We could probably go to the rocks, but I don't know how good the reception is over there. Hey, rad. Alright, so Toxic, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. It's probably going to be a really scuffed stream, so apologies. So this is the N3, RC N3 that came with the Neo 2 remote. This is a Samsung S10 that I will be using the DJI Fly app with. I will also need to connect the Wi-Fi of this S10 to the M7 Ultra, which I have already done so. I will now plug in the drone cable Alright. Normally, when plugging in the drone, hey Chris, welcome on in. I am suffering from a bit of internet issues and glitches, as well as wireless stuff as well. So we have the DJI Fly app. Let's power that on. Sorry, turn on the app. Right, now we've got the S10 connected to the M7 Ultra Wi-Fi. We have the S10 connected to the RCN3 remote. And now we can't really do anything yet until we get the drone turned on. Yeah, this is the chat phone. Alright, let's bring it down here. Alright. So this is the drone. I 3D printed this. Also 3D printed the antenna protector. And let's... can't remember, is it this way? No, okay. Let's now power on the drone. We'll push the power button once and then second time to hold it down. Drone is on. Let's get the remote. We go connection guide, Neo 2. Yeah, the RC Pros unfortunately cost a lot more money, and from research, I believe they can only output 720p. I could be wrong. If someone were to let me know. So let me connection mobile. On there. Dum dum. Yes. Go fly. All right. No, skip pre-check, confirm. All right. So now what we need to do is to go into the three dots here, and then we need to go into transmission, live stream. Only this time, live streaming platforms, RTMP, and now we need to copy in the we need to copy in the RTMP address that we have created from the RTMP server. Ingest RTMP Neo 2. So the RTMP URL is RTMP .168.1.61.1935, and stream key is 1 through to 8. Done. We want 1080p high quality, and I've just noticed that I've put a comma instead of a dot. 192.168.1.61 1935. Done. Start live stream. It says to check RTMP address. RTMP //192.168.1.61/ Ooh. What? It shouldn't be this hard. Right, looks like we're streaming. So now let's switch over to Neo 2. So I need to go into scenes because I didn't actually do it. Pocket 3. Sorry, not Pocket 3. Neo 2. We change it now to the RTMP Neo 2. Done. If we go to Neo 2. Done. And what we could do is add a widget to the Neo 2. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Alright. Might will record this. So now we should have there's a bit of a delay. Let's have a look into that. Let's go into Inject. Turn that off for now. Neo 2. Let's increase the latency to 4. Or 350 or 3,500. Done. Oh, yep, live stream error. So let's go back into the remote transmission, RTMP, start live stream. So now we should have. Right, let's see. So we need to take off. Oh, there's people walking. Hang on. I've got to put it up. Oh, strong winds. Let me just...
Amazing Shake raided my stream with 18 viewers.
Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well, Shake. Thank you for the raid. Oh, we're not even... I can't fly too high, only because it's high winds and it's such a light drone. We've got 55% battery left. Let me see if I can do somewhat of an orbit. So if I fly... Wait, is that a... Oh, that's a light pole. Right, if I know where it is, we can go up quietly. Yeah, the Neo 2 doesn't have quite a bit of shit. Hang on. Let me switch the microphone to the Pocket 3. Alright, let's... So I'm in an area where it is fly with caution. So this is an area, because Darwin's pretty much based near a military establishment, and the airport is literally in the northern suburbs. There's quite a bit of no-fly zones around those areas. So the only locations that I can fly is either out here near the beach, or out inland where it's just literally red dirt. Oh shit, strong winds. Oh, I wonder if hand gestures work. Hang on. Oh shit, it does work. So then how do you fly? Oh, yeah, we're down to 1 bar on the battery. WT, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Drone powers. Now, this is part of the hand gestures as part of the Neo 2. Okay, you know what? We've got... Oof. Okay, let's see. Let's quickly... It's gonna fly away. Turn around. It's rolling so much because of the wind. Oh shit, wrong button. I don't know, does it have... It says on the top? Yeah, it does. Okay, let's see. So we're going low to the ground because there's a strong wind warning. And this is a tiny drone, so it's probably going to get tossed around. Right, we're on 25% of the battery. Oh. Turn around. Cancel. Have to fly. Pick it up. Yeah. Okay, what happened? The app shut itself off. Continue. Yeah, unsure what happened there. The Moblin app just shut itself off, but I was able to land the DJI Neo safely, and the phone that I have connected to the remote is also dropped to 5%. So yeah, so the phone, it's an old phone, so I might have to look for another replacement. So this old phone dropped to 5%. It's now at 4. It was at 25, and then the Neo is now dropped to 1 bar. So yeah, exciting times. Let's have a look. Are we still up? Okay, we're still up. All right, cool. Happy New Year, WT. No, there's fireworks for Chinese New Year isn't a legal thing here in Darwin. So yeah, so unfortunately, I'm not sure what exactly happened for the Moblin app to literally disable itself while I'm streaming. So yeah, yeah, the tinies only have like a 10-minute or 15-minute battery life, which I guess for short streams, roaming about and just getting like a quick snippet here and here and here, I think it's great. Just to capture content. So, all right, let's start the pack up. So we need lens. The extended transmitter protector. Reception than we're on now. So corporate Starlink. I do have a Starlink Mini. So yeah. Right, let's well, let's head towards the car and then drive around. Again, we're entering into the car, so we're going to have some really, really bad reception to begin with. So let's pray. Yeah, this location has some pretty poor reception. The closest cell phone tower is probably like or not. At least not. Better. On always magnet. Oh, wow. Right, we should be back, I think. Why did you pull over? Wait, what's today? Monday. Oh yeah. Okay, just pulled up to the shops. Yeah, hopefully we should still have a pretty stable stream. I have 3 internet connections connected now, and they're both, or all 3 are in a balanced connection. So each one is providing about 33% of internet data, bonded internet connection. Yeah, so that place has always been quite a bit of a issue with reception. So I'm guessing maybe the next time I do attempt to try and even just remotely stream from there, and I've been saying this for quite a few months now, I should try and get myself a booster for the M7 Ultra. Yeah. Because the M7 Ultra has the Woolworth SIM card which uses the Telstra network. So, yeah, well, since we're waiting, I might look into Red Rooster and see what deals they have, and might get that. Okay, let's have a look. That doesn't what a pick up. See, I don't know how much stream that I was able to pick up, so I'm gonna have to look into that when we get back home. Shared meals, wow, they went up in price. Roast chicken and chips deal. Guess 2 large chips. Whole chicken cut into 8 pieces. Add to bag. Yeah, so a couple of issues that happened today is the poor reception out in the beach side area, as well as Moblin just dying during live stream. It just died. So yeah, gonna have to look into that and see what caused it. Okay, I added it, didn't I? Orders, no active orders. You can add a voucher code, but didn't I? Probably can't order that. Not available anymore. Of course it isn't. Didn't I add it already? Yeah, add to bag. Where's the bag? Okay. I must be blind. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how. I was it was in the process of me landing the drone, and then as soon as I looked up on the iPhone screen, Moblin was still streaming, and then Moblin just crashed on the iPhone. So then when I reopened up Moblin, all the scenes that I had made for the drones, as well as adding in the Pocket 3 scene wasn't active. So I had to go back into my scenes and re-enable them in order to be active scenes. So yeah, a bit of a strange one that Moblin just died while streaming. I'll just put it up there so I can read chat. And aim at the camera as well. Okay, yeah, I can see quite a bit of glitching. As soon as I put the phone near the Pocket 3, it just decided to just slowly be okay. Just shifted it across. Let me have a look at this. So we want a whole chicken. Added to bag. Have you ever experienced that Cliff? Moblin just die? I wonder if they fixed the app, because I had an issue when trying to pay. Particularly if I pay, and then it just wouldn't enable it. You missed some of that more quality settings. Okay. So my Pocket 3 settings was set to 4 megabit per second. I am still using the M7 Ultra, so I might, even though it's it's been designed to be used with Wi-Fi 7, it should still be able to perform. So I've had to unfortunately drop the Pocket 3 RTMP stream from 8 because I was seeing a lot of choppiness on stream down to 4, and it's been pretty much 4 for most of this stream. I've also turned on and off the Wi-Fi wireless mic 2 from DJI just to see if this connection was causing any interference and causing the stream to be skippy. Wow, okay, yeah. In a long time. Monkey, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Unfortunately, you missed my attempt to. Well, no, I did fly the drone and I didn't crash it. Send us the logs if you can. Yeah, sure. How? Because I don't think I've ever had to send logs to Moblin. Discord, I assume, or should I just submit a ticket? We'll figure it out. Place my order. But yeah, I am also running an iPhone 11 Pro Max using the iOS 18. So I don't know if that is a factor in all of that. So let's have a look and see. Yeah, Disky. Okay, nice. Yeah. So I've been looking online for prices of iPhone 17 Pros, and specifically stores that actually have them in stock in my area, because yeah, I want to be able to let's do drive-through. Interesting. Oh shit, I don't know. Settings, debug logging is turned off. Unless that's a different thing I need to look into. Okay. I've never had an issue. I've never had an issue with Moblin, at least where it crashed on me. So, yeah. Oh, no worries, Monkey. Thank you, though. I do appreciate lurking as well. So, yeah. So that might not be able to happen. I don't think is that the setting? Is the logs within the debug setting, or is it in a different setting that I need to look into? Okay. He. Okay, let's see. I've recently cleaned up the window or the windscreen in order to reattach these suction cups for the phone mount, as well as a bracket to mount the Pocket 3 or the Action 4. However, I forgot this one adapter here. So essentially, the Pocket 3 will mount like this onto here. And then I have another mount attached to the passenger headrest pole in order for a front angle view. You're here live for this though? All right, nice. Thank you though. All right, let's start going. I should be able to leave this up here. No, I've already had a broken Pocket 3. I don't want to have to deal with DJI again. It was a painless experience, by the way, but them like, oh, you've broken how many Pocket 3s? Okay. Oh, might have to also switch to privacy. Oh wait, I can do that on here. Yeah. Wait, does it work? I think. Yeah, all right, let's go. Let's do this. I just ordered a whole chicken and 2 large chips. So let's go reverse, lights on. Make sure no one's behind me, I don't run them over, otherwise, too bad, so sad. No, I'm not like that. Maybe. Yeah, the car up ahead is actually placed in the water, so wait a bit. So it should be fine. Should be fine. Oh, I've dropped the mob link on this phone. That should be fine. Okay. And we're not that far away from home either, so pickup will be another 5 minutes. Drive in, bring everything with. Oh man. So I wonder if I could supply that. Hello.
Just the online pickup?
Yes, please.
Have a nice night.
Thank you.
inside the mind of a rock icon. Did you know Alice Cooper? His tales of life.
They still involve secret agents holding guns. Yeah, just give us a half-time strike.
I'll be back. Jesus.
Pretty much, I think, every Sebastian's ever put out, we have played on this show, and he's in here now. Hi, bro.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, good. How are you?
Yeah,
Very good.
good.
I contacted Guy last week, Jackie, because a friend of mine in the music business in Los Angeles sent me a clip of Celine Dion, Celine Dion, going through, like doing a little video for her fans, her followers on socials, and she was like, a lot of people ask me, what do I like to listen to in my time? And she was rolling through the different artists that she loves. Sounded like my
Oof. Okay, back home now, and looks like I didn't actually mute. Oh well. Back home, unload everything from the car, then head back in, and I'll continue on streaming at the PC. For the present moment, we just a couple of things here. So I might put that here. I'll take this one in. We'll bring the drone in, the Neo 2.
Intense_7 rated my stream with 12 viewers.
Bring that in, leave that there, bring this one in. Okay. I shall be back. Oh shit. Oh shit. Intense7, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Man, hope you're doing well. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Victorian raid. Oh, thank you, man. Welcome on in, everyone who is part of Intense_7's raid. If you're new here, my name is Mitmat, and I mainly do tech-related streams here on Twitch. I also do multi-streaming to YouTube as well. And most of the tech that I normally look into is to do with live streaming. And recently, it's been pretty much my whole kind of niche, is I've been looking at technology to try and help with better doing IRL streaming. So yeah, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. If you need to raid and run, by all means, go right ahead, Intense. It's absolutely fine. What did you get up to today as well? If for those of you who wish to learn more about IRL streaming, or at least some of the equipment that is being used for IRL streaming, you can join my Discord if you just type in !Discord, or if you wanted to have a look at a few, and when I say a few, like a handful of videos that I have created for a app that's on the iPhone for IRL streaming called Moblin. It is a free app that you can download and install, and you can start streaming pretty much straight away. So yeah, thank you again for the raid. I'm just about to head into the house, so I'm going to have to switch into be right back mode. But if you and your raiders need to raid and run, by all means, please go right ahead. And yeah, just on the way home, just IRL audio testing on your bike. Oh, nice. Are you using Moblin, or are you using a different type of configuration as well? So I have about 3 types of setups that I normally would use for IRL streaming. One would be using a encoder board called a Radza Rock 5A, and I'm using that as sort of my stable go-to portable type IRL setup. Another board that I have used in the past and taken with me when I've gone overseas to Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam is the Orange Pi 5 Plus, and I've been using that for quite a bit too. And now recently I'm doing quite a bit of testing using an iPhone running the Moblin app. And yeah, did a drone flight today. I'm not entirely sure how well the stream turned out, because it was unfortunately in an area where reception is quite shit. So I'm going to have to look back through the VOD and scrub through and see what was good and what was not. IRL Pro and real-time chat for TTS. Oh, nice. Are you also using a BellaBox endpoint relay server or an SRT LA server for your stream to have the added benefit of bonded internet connections with your IRL stream? So yeah, IRL Pro, for those who don't know, is a Android-based app that has been created for IRL streaming, and it does also incorporate the use of having the ability to push out a stream via SRT LA, which you have the ability to bond multiple internet connections together, or at least 3. The internal SIM card, a Wi-Fi connection, and if you have a smartphone with a USB Type-C port and you're able to connect a hub of some sort via Ethernet as well. So yeah, custom relay you have for your web server. That's right, you did mention that as well. Shit, that's right, yeah. Well, hopefully that's going well for you. I'm not as smart in terms of trying to set up a custom endpoint relay on my home PC. That being said, I don't have the most stablest internet at home either. So that's why I've opted to go for just a $10 US base per month fee for an SRT-LA endpoint relay endpoint relay server. So, all right. So yeah, I've also bought some Red Rooster chicken as well as part of dinner. So yeah, the red rooster. So yeah, we'll be heading on in, and I'll be continuing the stream on the PC as well. So I'm just going to go into be right back mode, and I will. And I think about 1 minute later it sorts itself out, but that's. I'll just check the remote. Yeah, we still have stable connection. It's not as robust as my other ones where I could shake the shit out of it and it won't fail the stream. So let's try to do that. Let's do a shake test. All right, let me just open this up so I can get more access to the power cord. So this cable goes to the power bank. This cable is going to the Pocket 3. Right, let's shake test this, or use my other hand. Oh shit. Okay. Let's see if that survives. So far.
God. Oh, someone's in the
I can over you. I know I will. My ship's not sinking. I know myself. Yeah. And I think about 1 minute later it sorts itself out, but that's. Let's check the remote. Yeah, we still have stable connection. That's weird. When okay, let's reset. 1, 2, 3. Oh, so there's no selfie mode. Okay. For MJPEG, there's also control back different. Oh, okay. One is the H2 H.264 that's using USB and the loop UVC, and one is the MJPEG and B416 control. Yeah, I like it. Is there a way to yeah, the previous, when I had the Rock 5A set up, this was kind of a bit janky as well. It's not as robust as my other ones where I could shake the shit out of it and it won't fail the stream. So let's try to do that. Let's do a shake test. All right, let me just open this up so I can get more access to the power cord. So this cable goes to the power bank. This cable is going to the Pocket 3. All right, let's shake test this. Oh, I'll use my other hand. Oh shit. Okay. Let's see if that survives. So far, I've survived. I've survived the rising of the tide. Yes, I'm half, not half, I am. I think that will raise a few eyebrows for those who want the ability to have a wireless remote control, even a remote control of any sort for the Pocket 3 camera in terms of panning and zooming in as well. Zooming in as well. Okay, let's try again. I've survived. I've survived the rising of the tide. Yes, I'm half, not half, I am. The sun. Yes. I think that will raise a few eyebrows for those who want the ability to have a wireless remote control, even a remote control of any sort for the Pocket 3 camera in terms of panning and zooming in as well. Zooming in as well. Okay, let's try again. That's weird. When I let's reset. 1, 2, 3. Ah, so there's no selfie mode. Okay. For MJPEG, there's also controlled by different. Ah, okay. Oh no. One is the H.264 that's using USB and the loop UVC, and and one is the MJPEG and V41 seat control. Yeah, I like it. Is there a way to?
It's not as robust as my other ones where I could shake the shit out of it and it won't fail the stream. So let's try to do that. Let's do a shake test. All right, let me just open this up so I can get more access to the power cord. So this cable goes to the power bank. This cable is going to the Pocket 3. Right, let's shake test this. Oh, I'll use my other hand. Oh shit. Okay. See if that survives. So far.
I get over you. I know I will. My ship's not sinking. I am myself. Yeah. And I think about 1 minute later it sorts itself out, but that's I'll just check the remote. Yeah, we still have stable connection.
God. Oh, someone's in the air.
Yeah, the previous when I had the Rock 5A set up, this was kind of a bit junky as well. I think that will raise a few eyebrows. One thing, it's another. There we go. Right, I'm not gonna put my hands up. Where the fuck are you pointing to? Bro, over here. Bro. Bro, over here. Why are you running away from me? No, bro, come back. Oh my God. You know what? I'm just gonna disconnect the tracking. I'm gonna. Oh look, there's a cow. Do you know what that reminds me of? Lloyd, please do your milk challenge. Thank you. Bless. Oh.
112. Oh yes, okay. I am back. I do apologize. Moist Ease, welcome on in. Yeah. So I've just sat back down on the main PC. So we're about to get into some dinner. Oh, hang on. Okay, need to turn on that camera properly. Zoom in and zoom out. All right, so I'm just having some red rooster chicken with some chips, and I've got myself some Nando's sauce. 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 Okay, normally when I am eating on stream, I would normally put up a video from YouTube as we watch mukbang. And the normal creator I watch is Jiang, a Korean well-known mukbang content creator. Let's have a look and see. Oh yeah, that it keeps changing. So, all right, let's see. Videos. What is fried dumplings, spicy Korean budget buffet? Yes. Yes. Okay, let's now get the microphone speaker up and running. Ah, okay. Now I know why. Okay, and audio, desktop audio.
접시 먹어봤습니다. 저는 뷔페에서 24시간 살 수도 있어요.
All right. It's time.
안녕하세요, 여러분.
It's in Korean.
제가 오늘은 드디어
Let me
쿵쿠에
switch to
왔습니다.
English.
사실 여기는 제가 쿵쿠의 역사가 깊은 사람인데 고등학교 때부터 왔고요. 제 중학교 때는 친구가 없어서 못 가봤고 그리고 이제 대학교 때는 쿵쿠 혼밥도 정말 많이 했거든요. 많이 먹다 보니까 쿵쿠의 신세를 정말 많이 졌는데 드디어 저를 불러주셨습니다. 이번에 쿵쿠가 15주년이래요. 그러면은 제가 지금 서울이니까 제가 15살 때부터 있었다는 얘기거든요. 예전에 고등학교 때, 대학교 때 갔을 때랑은 좀 차원이 다른 정도로 영상 보니까 진짜 많이 바뀌었더라고요. 제가 오늘 방문한 점이 이제 부천 골드점인데 골드점이라고 해가지고 골드점은 더 대단하대요. 그래서 여기가 지금 오픈한 지 한 4일 정도밖에 안 됐거든요. 아침에 지금 제가 오픈런을 갔는데 오픈런으로 이렇게 진짜 줄을 엄청 많이 서 계신 거예요. 그래서 지금 딱 오픈을 해가지고 이제 들어가서 먹어보도록 하겠습니다. 말도 안 돼, 어떻게 쿵쿠가 벌써 15주년이지?
That's sushi. Wow. Hyena, welcome in. Hope you're doing well.
입성 쿵쿠.
I'm just eating.
그릇이 특이하다.
So I'm eating
깨진
some
그릇이
red rooster
아니라
chicken,
딱
roast
그
chicken with some
안 깨지는
chips,
가벼운
and
그릇이야. 와,
some
진짜
Nando's sauce.
길고 끝도 없어요.
And usually while I'm
먹어서
eating,
먹을까?
I'm also watching
우와.
mukbang videos.
음식이 엄청 길어. 샐러드 먹지도 않지만 샐러드부터 한번 시작을 해볼게요. 이게 자동문이야. 어머, 우와. 자, 케이크 샐러드. 토마토도.
Automatic doors.
와, 이거 맛있는데 게살 샐러드. 역시 바로 고기 먹어야겠죠. 이럴 때는 역시 LA 갈비는 인기가 많아. 벌써 없어졌어. 고기. 너무 귀여워. 일단은 이 정도. 우와.
슬러시 있고.
Oh, bubble tea. Wow.
아직 더 떠오고 싶었는데 음식이 식을 바 빨리 식기 전에 먼저 먹고 첫 번째 접시는 샐러드. 하지만 저는 고기부터 한 입. LA 갈비 너무 맛있는데? LA 갈비 단짠 진짜 딱 맛있다. 밥도 올까? 좀 이따. 벌써 대만족이야. 약간 다 딱 그 누구나 좋아할 그 맛이네. 밥을 가져왔어야 했네. 떡볶이 맛있어. 아, 너무 고소하고 맛있다. 다 일단 기본 이상.
Intense. Welcome back.
가면은 양갈비 있는 데가 많더라고요.
So now I'm eating the red rooster
먹으려고.
while watching a mukbang video. The stream was a learning experience.
종류가 너무 많아가지고 이 지점은
There were some issues that came up today.
그래요.
Now this is just the whole roast chicken from Red Rooster.
아, 옛날에 가봤는데 더 맛있어.
It's literally just chicken and chips.
더 많아진 것 같아.
Although the pineapple fritters would have been good too.
그 쿠쿠 공식 캐릭터.
Yeah. Most of my streams are filled with issues. But you know, learn, adjust, overcome, and make it better. Oh, okay. Did you was it mic placement or was it installing like a dead cat or something?
바로 다.
Or did you activate noise cancellation if your microphones have that ability?
와.
Didn't realize your phone had two mics. Oh yeah, yeah. It's the front-facing microphone and the rear camera-facing microphone.
호박 종류가 여기 저기 끝까지 있어요. 초반만 한 30,
Oh,
40개.
okay.
하나밖에 없는 거, 두 개밖에 없는 거. 아니 막 게장도 있고 새우장도 다 까져 있고 한번 먹어야겠다. 와, 회도 있어요. 사시미. 회 막 뭐 훈제 연어부터.
Ah, yeah. What phone are you using?
저게 뭐지? 저기 육회찜이 여기 안에 뭐야? 우와, 고기를 집어다가 구워 먹는 거예요. 채소도 있고 고기도 있고 파인애플도 있고.
G75. Ooh, okay. I'm not familiar with that model.
양념 쭈꾸미에 양념 닭발에 닭목살도 있어.
Ah, okay.
양념. 우와, 부채살, 소고기도 있어. 네. 양념 안 된 고기부터. 시간이 오래 걸릴까봐 적당히 가져왔어요, 일단. 다 방금 딱 갓한 맛있는 걸 먹을 수 있으니까 진짜 맛으로 오시는 분들께서는 이런 걸 너무 좋아하실 것 같아요. 너무 괜찮은데? 아무래도 뭔가 대식가보다 소식가가 손해보는 느낌을 지울 수가 없었는데 소식가분들은 이런 거 해드시면은 되게 맛있게 먹을 수 있고 굉장히 좋은 것 같아요. 약간 고기 뷔페를 이용하는 것 같은 소스 종류가 진짜 많더라고요. 확실히 맛있네. 쌈소스도 있어. 민물장어 있는 거 보고 깜짝 놀랐잖아요. 아니, 이 뷔페에서 민물장어를 구워 먹을 수 있는 게 말이 돼? 상상도 안 해봤어요. 가리비 관자.
I was testing out the drone, the DJI Neo 2 drone, Neo 2. You know what? We might actually watch it here. Channel. Oh yeah, so the main page doesn't have the scrub tool. So you're gonna have to go into videos page and then select the video with a question mark. Yeah. This will give you scrub mode. Let's see. So in the area I live in, we're situated close by to an airport. So there's quite a lot of no-fly zones and flight restrictions area. So in order for me to fly just a drone, I have to go out to a safe area. But in this location, reception is quite shit. So that's why you see quite a lot of grays and drop bit rates and stuff. So let's fast forward here. So because I was streaming in an area of really bad reception, yeah, audio sounds janky. Everything just fucked up. But front-facing microphone audio. Okay, let's see here. So here's me going through setting up a RTMP server, I think, or a scene within the Moblin app. That's iOS based only. Now we need to go into the, and let's see. Yeah, it's a nice spot. I am to suffering fly and record, but not necessarily to stream. Wireless. Let me just scrub forward. Add a bit of time trying to get the RTMP address correct. But I'm glad I was able to do it live, so people were able to watch. Or 350 or 3,500. Done.
Oh, yep, live stream error. So let's go back into the remote transmission. All right, let's watch the takeoff. So we need to take off. So yeah, I was unable to actually watch this live because of the really poor internet connection that I have here, at least in this location. So I'm able to bring in the camera feed from the DJI Neo 2 into the iPhone running the Moblin app. Now, it isn't as sharp as I liked, but I guess strong winds. As a quick, I guess, scene that you want to show stream, just bring up the drone, fly it for like 10 minutes, and then bring it back down.
Amazing Shake raided my stream with
And then I got raided while I was here. Crazy. And yeah, there was people walking, so I had to wait for them to pass. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well, Shake. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, I'm still getting used to flying the drone. So the previous drone that I do use or have used on stream is the DJI Mini 3 Pro. Again, in a very similar location because it's the only safest spot to fly. I wish it was sharper now that I'm watching back on it. Although because I was in a pretty poor area for reception, I had to drop my overall bitrate from down to 3 megabit per second. So watching the playback now from the VOD, I think I'm gonna have to change to perhaps a different router of some sort. There actually might be, because the remote control screen is so small, it was hard to tell. And because I had to keep an eye on the drone itself with incoming foot traffic, I wasn't sort of taking into account the sharpness of the drone stream as well. And I don't think there was a way to boost it within the app itself. So the drone is using the DJI Fly app, and then it's pushing out a standard H.264 RTMP stream into the iPhone running the Moblin app. And that is how the app has been designed, is to use RTMP streaming. So this entire configuration was all dependent on using a Netgear Nighthawk M7 Ultra, which on paper should be able to handle everything fine. But as you can see, the sharpness and the focus quality just degrades. Either that, or there might have been a setting on the DJI Fly app where I might have picked
only because it's high
the
wind
bottom
and it's
section
such a light
as the
drone.
focus point instead of
We've got
centered.
55%
So
battery left.
yeah,
Let me see if I can do somewhat of an orbit.
so this drone flight stream
So if I
was
fly-
probably only about 10 minutes. So yeah.
Wait, is that a?
So it might have been me while I was mucking around with a touchscreen phone while streaming. I might have selected the bottom section of the screen
Oh, that's a light pole.
to be in focus. So yeah. Yeah. For the limitations as well as the very
Right,
shitty
if I know where it
cell
is, we can go
reception,
up quietly.
I'm surprised I still had a stable
Yeah,
stream.
the Neo 2 doesn't have quite a bit of.
So I think here we're about 15 meters high. But being near the beach, the winds were quite strong, and I was getting quite a bit of
Shit. Hang on.
wind warning.
Let me switch the microphone to the Pocket 3. All right, let's. So I'm in an area where it is fly with caution. So this is an area because Darwin's pretty much based near a military establishment, and the airport is literally in the northern suburbs. There's quite a bit of no-fly zones around those areas. So the only locations that I can fly is either out here near the beach, or out inland where it's just literally red dirt. Oh shit, strong winds. Oh, I wonder if hand gestures work. Hang on.
I highly doubt that, because I barely have enough internet SIM
Oh,
cards
shit.
with me
It
to
does work.
sustain a
So then how do you
4K stream.
fly? Oh, yeah, we're down to 1 bar on the battery. WT, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Drone powers. Now, this is part of the hand gestures as part of the Neo 2. Okay, you know what? We've got, oof. Okay, let's see. Let's quickly.
Yeah. Stream just died.
It's gonna fly away.
The drone feed though was fine. It was just the output of the stream.
I don't know. Does it have? It says on the top. Yeah, it does. Okay, let's see. So we're going low to the ground because there's a strong wind warning, and this is a tiny drone, so it's probably going to get tossed around. We're on 25% of the battery.
I think I've got 3 active SIMs at the moment.
Turn around.
One of which has unlimited
Cancel.
data, but not as great reception.
Have to fly.
4K.
Pick it up.
That would be amazing. But I don't think any of my internet connections will be able to sustain 4K streaming. Oh yeah, a child was running around, so I had to literally land the drone. And the drone was running out of power as well, so yeah. Oh, yeah. This is when the actual app crashed on the iPhone. So oh yeah. I mean, you can. You just need to make sure you have enough upload bandwidth. Call me Ali. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. DJ Reminisce. Welcome on in. Yeah. I was flying earlier this afternoon. I was flying, or I attempted to fly the new DJI Neo 2 that I had purchased when I was in Singapore via duty free. So I'm able to bring in the stream from the drone on the battery. However, so I'm in an area where thank you for that. Call me. Is oh sorry, Ali. Fly with caution. So this is an area because Darwin's pretty much based near a military establishment, and the airport is literally in the northern suburbs. There's quite a bit of no-fly zones around those areas. So the only locations that I can fly is either out here, near the beach, or out inland, where it's just literally red dirt. Oh shit, strong winds. All right, thank you, Intense. Oh, also, I do want to say thank you again for the raid earlier today. And yeah, enjoy dinner. Oh shit. All right. I think the Neo 2 came out, I'm going to say July. It does work. So then how do you fly? DJI Neo 2 released November 13, 2025. November. It was when the Neo 2 was released. The Neo 2, so the other drone that I used to have, or sorry, still have, is the DJI Mini 3 Pro. And that was able to handle the winds on the beach pretty well. However, flying the Neo 2, it wasn't able to sustain flight for very long before the wind started pushing it off course. So yeah, you got the Neo early 2025. Yeah, wow. So I'm not sure what the difference is. I remember reading about it, but I can't remember what the main differences are between the one and the two. But again, I did bought it from Singapore duty free. So yeah. All right, let me just clean up the desk. I'll be back in a moment. It's gonna do a slow twist. Okay, and we're gonna do another twist this way. Down. So I'm like shaking up a margarita. No. So hopefully nothing's dropped. Nothing's.
Fucking hell. The sound of movement.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Alec Marshall 52. Welcome on in. So, during today's earlier stream, using Moblin and the Pocket 3, we were getting quite a bit of glitching. And this was before entering into areas of shitty reception. And in the past couple of IRL streams that I have done, we were receiving quite a bit of skipping as well. So, let's see. Whilst I was in Singapore, literally 2 weeks ago, and I did a IRL live stream in Singapore. I was using my Samsung S21 as the hotspot router network configuration. Could we use a Starlink Mini? Of course, you can. As in walking around or not? Because I actually do have a Starlink Mini, and with a recent change of plans, the Starlink Mini Roam plan has changed from, at least for Australian dollars, it used to cost $80 a month for 50 gigabytes worth of data. That's down or up. Ever since, I think, the beginning of this year, that plan has now changed. It's still the same price of $80 Australian per month, but the data is changed from 50 to 100 gigabytes of data, download or upload. So yeah, and I think that will be quite a step up, at least for doing IRL streaming. Yeah, Deadly, welcome on in. You missed me flying the drone, bro. Walking around for IRL internet. Okay, so hang on. And guess what this hoodie is? I'll show you the back. Okay. On the bus from work, no signal, just got back home. Okay, fair enough. Oh, Monkey, yes. So I got the DJI Neo 2 drone. And I got it from Singapore duty free. So yeah. Here, I think it was still priced in some retail stores, like $700 for the DJI Neo 2 Fly More combo. So this is what it cost. This is what it could have cost. And I bought it from Changi duty free. Okay, let's see. Okay, so this is what this kit would have cost if I was to bought it from an official Australian retailer. So $700 Australian. This is actually a price that's been listed now. So instead of $700, if you were to purchase from an online type distributor, it would have cost $600. But I bought it from duty free in Singapore for you convert that and then add fees. $480 is how much I paid in the end. So you've seen a lot of drones here, both processors on the side. Oh wow, okay. I wonder how that would work, at least in that type of situation. Would that be on someone's to-do list to try and take down drones? Because is it technically interfering? It's not interfering because it's technically not a actual police or authority event. So I gotta think about that. No, I didn't get to check it out. I'll have a look now. Hang on. I don't know if it's still active though. You sent it to me here. Yeah. When I last checked it, I think the drones is there just to scan the area. Oh, apparently it's still here. But when I did a search for Pocket 3 the other day, it wouldn't come up. Or it didn't come up. So let me see. All right, sending out now. Oh, Deadly. How long are you here for? Because I do want to have a chat to you about some of the equipment in terms of the setup that I want to do when you return. Yeah. I think it's interesting. 20, 30 minutes? Okay. Cool. Let's see. Did I miss anyone here? Oh, DJ Reminisce. This is the Starlink Mini. So, might go to bed early, wake up, big workout. All right. Give me another 5 more minutes and then I'll go through another 7 minutes of the portable podcast setup that I want to try and set up. So this is the Starlink Mini. One, you would need to make sure that this panel is facing towards the sky and in areas where it's unobstructed. So make sure that it's not covered by a bridge, a tunnel, buildings, or massive trees. So that's the one thing about the Starlink Mini. Number two is you have to also be able to provide power to the Starlink Mini. Now there is an adapter that you can purchase which converts from a USB Type-C power delivery cable into the 12 volt DC barrel plug that's required on the Starlink Mini. Another thing is a way to mount this. So you want to try and mount it pretty much above your head or just, yeah. So it's not being obstructed by anything at all. There are a few setups that I've seen online. Starlink Mini backpack, where some users have actually designed and used a Starlink Mini as a portable setup to use while doing, I guess, IRL streaming. If I can find a legitimate picture. So this is a picture, apparently. I don't know if it's legit or not. Let me switch over to that scene. So this is literally a heavy duty tool bag backpack that they've been able to install a bracket mount to mount the Starlink. So yeah, not entirely sure why they have a camera facing backwards, but essentially this is what you will probably need in order to carry a Starlink Mini while doing IRL, because it does require a largish power supply or power bank in order to run it for quite a while. So yeah, so they can see where they're going walking backwards. Just pivot 180 degrees, dude. So that was one. Yeah, this is something that you'll probably need to think about, because the Starlink and the power in order to provide to the Starlink for a say a 4-hour runtime, the battery itself is probably going to be 150 watt hours or something, maybe. But you could hit your bag on something when you pivot. True. That's why you need to be aware of your surroundings. All right. Or you can just put it in reverse. Yeah. Fair enough. So, yeah, that's something to look into or to think about. If you wish to use a Starlink Mini for IRL streaming, is mounting as well as power requirements in terms of providing enough power for the runtime that you want it to be active for. So, yes. Okay. We've touched on the Starlink Mini. Let's now touch on the portable podcast type setup that I want to do. So, the Rodecaster's in a bag, so it'd be a bit hard to reach. So, what I'm thinking of is using once we get to a location, that's probably when I will start to set up a dedicated system specific for setting up a video podcast. So I have an iPad here. Let me just bring to the top camera. We have an iPad here. This, I believe, is a basic iPad generation 10. So can we touch? Yes, we can. So a basic iPad, a Gen 10. It's not a Pro, it's not a Air, it's not one that contains an M chip. It's just a standard run-of-the-mill iPad 10th generation. Now, this is a USB Type-C hub. Why is it so dark? Now, the special thing about this hub is that it does have a USB Type-C input port rated up to 100 watts of input charge, which is able to provide power to any of these USB Type-C ports, as well as this USB Type-C connector here. So we can plug that in up here. And I'll try to breeze through this as fast as possible. All right. Next, we want to connect 2 cameras. I have here a Pocket 3. So let's power that up. And we'll check the battery once I get to the icon. So the battery right now is currently at 60% of the power grip and 100% internal. So we know that we can charge this higher if we need to. So I'll just put this camera here. Yeah, you probably could. Yes. So let's bring this camera back to me. Now I will have another camera here. This is a DJI Action 4. So now I'm now going to connect these USB-C cables to the cameras. So the first one will connect to the Pocket 3. Actually, no, we won't connect it yet. We'll just get them ready. Second USB cable will connect to the Action 4. Okay, let's turn on Moblin. Now, all this is going to be hard lined in, so we're not going to be using any wireless RTMP cameras. Everything's going to be connected via hard cable. All right, so I'm going to connect the Pocket 3 first. Okay, Pocket 3 is now entering into webcam mode. And let's see if it pops up here. So here we have the Pocket 3. Right here. Damn it, I wish. That's good. Here we go, Pocket 3. So here we have the Pocket 3 connected via this orange cable. Now we'll connect this black USB-C cable to the Action 4. Then we'll select webcam mode. Okay, the Action 4 is in webcam mode. Let's go into the Action 4. I'm going to have to double check that scene. Action 4. Action 4. Action 4. So we have an Action 4 here. So we have an Action 4 camera, and then we have a Pocket 3 camera connected via USB cable. Now, instead of using the Rodecaster Pro 2 mixer, which is actually quite big, I still have my Zoom PodTrack P4. So this is a 4-channel XLR input with gain and phantom power for each XLR microphone, as well as 4 independent headphones with level control as well. So this will act as a 4-channel XLR input interface to feed directly into the Moblin app. So let's get that connected. I'm starting to run out of USB-C cables. Shit. All right, let's bring that here. Yeah, no, that's too long. Well, I like to be able to hear. You know, I like to be able to hear myself. Where's all the CCs? I had a good CC as well. Dang it, where's all the CCs? Okay. Let's use this one. All right. The mic on most podcasts are just for audio viewers and not much the guests. Yeah, but I want to be able to provide good quality audio. That's just me though. So, right. I've just provided a independent power bank power to the PodTrack. So now let's power that up. Oh shit. And now we'll just wait for that to load. But you would need at least a good mic to be able to pick up those guests. And if there's more than if there's more than 2 guests, because if you're using, say, your DJI mic minis and there's 2 and there's more than 2 of you, then it's going to be a bit hard to try and pick up audio from the 3rd or the 4th person. All right, we've now connected the PodTrack. Sorry, we've powered on the PodTrack. I will now connect that into the hub, and we will now be able to pick up the PodTrack as a another audio device on the Moblin app. But I do. I need the headphones. All right, now. Okay. So now this case that I've managed to pack everything in contains the headset, as well as, oh, actually, I might just use a different one. This one's actually a new mic. Okay. Boom. So let's connect in this microphone. So this here is the Audio Technica AT2020 condenser microphone. And we'll just leave the headset out. And let's just quickly get this connected in. And that just literally fell off. I don't have to look into that. All right, so because this Audio Technica AT2020 is a condenser mic, it does require phantom power. So let's plug that in. And let's now enable phantom power. Crank it up to 666655555. Okay, so let's mute all this and let's get back into the app. All right, let's now let's start streaming from this Moblin app. Okay. Shit, how do I do that here? All right, let's go live. We are live. Let's switch to the hang on. Where? Okay, so what you're seeing is the DJI Pocket 3 connected by USB to a hub, and then that is connected to the iPad. And you should be hearing the microphone from the front-facing camera of the iPad. I'm now going to tap the mic. 1, 2, 3. So this is the front-facing microphone of the iPad that's being used to broadcast to the BellaBox stream. I'm now going over to switch to the PodTrack P. All right, yeah. So for some reason, me switching OBS and then back again, it just doesn't want to restart the stream. Okay, again, this is the front-facing microphone of the iPad unit itself. I'm now going to switch over to the audio interface. And welcome in. This here is the Audio Technica AT2020 microphone connected into the Zoom PodTrack P4 podcast interface. And right now you are seeing the camera angle using the Pocket 3 from DJI, and that is connected via USB tether to the hub. It is also, it's actually not being charged at the moment, but this here is the, yeah, it's just a microphone. I guess for guests who and speakers who are on the podcast, having a headset is great for them to control their speaking volume. Can't monitor themselves. Oh, shit. Hang on. Something's switching. Yeah. So yeah, if a guest is unable to control their speaking volume, then it will just make the entire podcast a bit there's a word and I don't know what it is, but if okay, so let me do it this way. Right now I'm speaking pretty much in a normal voice. Okay, warning, there might be an audio level warning, so I'm just going to present this as a activity in which having headset monitoring might be more beneficial for some speakers who do have difficulty with controlling their volume when they're speaking. So yeah, I'm not sure. This is what I would like to gain in terms of using headsets with speakers while doing a podcast of some sort. Now, unfortunately, there is some kind of audio that is feeding back into the system. So I don't know if you can hear that, because right now I'm listening to the actual output of the actual BellaBox stream. I don't actually have headphones connected to the PodTrack P4. So if we were to, how will we do this without stuffing up the system? Yeah. So I'm not entirely sure what's causing that feedback into the system. Because everything that I have, the only microphone is this AT2020. And the Moblin app doesn't actually have the ability to mix multiple different microphones. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's causing that. Hang on, let me just. Okay, hang on. I just need to connect a power bank. So this is rated at 60,000 milliamps or 201 watt hours of power. You definitely cannot bring this on the plane. So I'll be using this to provide power into the hub. Yeah, so I'll be using this power bank to provide power into this USB-C powered hub, and I will show you that it is also then charging all the other devices connected to it. Right now, the Action 4 is actually receiving power from somewhere. The Pocket 3 is also receiving power from somewhere, but when we started, it was at 60%. It's now at 59%. So, and the iPad is currently at 63%. So let's now get the cable to provide the necessary charge into the iPad and all the connected devices. All right. So this is now pushing out about 38 watts of power, and it's pushing it into the hub, which is then also providing power to the connected devices, such as the Pocket 3 and the Action 4, as well as the iPad. And being such a large capacity power bank, it should last for quite a few hours. But yeah. Oh, there was ads. Is there a month subscription to run the software? Oh, sorry, Reminisce. Which one are you talking about again? The Moblin, or are you talking about something else? Sorry, did I miss something? Oh no. Oh, so I'm not even using the Rodecaster. I'm using this. This is the Zoom PodTrack P4. It's designed just to be used for podcasts. So vocal mics, and that's it. This is all one device that you plug in 4 XLR microphones into, and then that then is being connected via USB into the hub and then fed into the Moblin app, and you're able to then select this interface in order to bring in audio into here. So what's good about the Zoom PodTrack P4 is you also have the ability to connect a smartphone via a dedicated TRRS cable if your smartphone has that port, or you need an adapter on your smartphone. Or you can also connect if you purchase a third-party adapter, if you purchase an accessory adapter for the PodTrack P4, you are then able to Bluetooth from, say, your phone to here, and then use one of these channels to act as a input from that Bluetooth receiver, which is probably connected to a phone. So you are able to also bring in, say someone were to call you on your mobile phone, you're able to bring that person into this system and then feed an output from this system back into the phone with mix minus enabled, so it doesn't get echoey. So the Rodecaster itself doesn't require a monthly subscription. It's literally there to bring in audio channels from either 4 XLR inputs or 4 quarter 20, the thick bastards, these ones, the 1/8 inch. So you can bring in musical instruments as well into the Rodecaster. You also have the ability to bring in wireless Go generation 2 or 3 microphones without the use of a receiver, because the Rodecaster has it built in to the actual unit itself. And it also has the ability to bring in a Bluetooth device such as a phone. So you can then pair your phone to the Rodecaster Pro 2 mixer and then just play a playlist from your phone to that. So the Rodecaster also has these pads, about 8 of them, that you can pre-program to be any sound effect that you want. Oh, okay, yeah, we're not on the Moblin app, so yeah. But again, this isn't the Rodecaster. This is the Zoom PodTrack P4. It is a very small, compact device, and it was designed to literally be portable, so you can do essentially a portable mobile podcast. And it also has an SD card, so you can record all 4 channels independently and then muck around with them at a later date, as well as record the program of everything all mixed in one file. So you would get 6 audio files after the recording, 4 of which will be independent ISO tracks, as well as the program mixed track, as well as whatever was played through these pads during that entire session. The problem, one of the, oh wow, rip. Wait, didn't you get that looked at before? And it turned out to be OBS in portable mode. Oh, where was I? So yes, one of the caveats that I don't necessarily want to use this particular system when I'm doing live event gigs, such as a wedding or a funeral, is that this device, once you hit record, It's a feature that's on the Rodecaster Pro and the Rodecaster Pro 2. They call it pre-fader or post-fade recording. So what that means is, for instance, say there was 4 people talking here right now, and then number 4 decides to just start spitting out random stuff that isn't necessarily part of the podcast conversation. So you would then mute that person. However, what you do on these faders also affects the recording. So if, say, the person wanted a copy of their rant, because you muted them on this particular device, it's recorded that gain down as well. So you don't necessarily get a true ISO recording. Well, you do get a specific recording of that channel, just it's whatever you adjust here affects that recording of that individual channel. Now the Rodecaster and the Rodecaster Pro 1 and the Pro 2 have a feature called pre-fader recording. So say you've had everyone speak, you've tuned everyone to the correct levels, and then you hit record, right? And then the podcast starts, but then one person is actually quite loud, so you need to turn them down a bit. One person turned out to be quite shy and quiet, you need to turn them up a bit. And then for one reason, one person decides to just start talking absolute bullshit. And you know, as the audio mixer, you don't want that particular nonsense coming out to the live output or stream. So you would mute that person. However, they're still talking, but the endpoint, such as the live stream, won't hear it. And then after the podcast is finished, on the Rodecaster Pro 2, that recording is still recorded, even if you've adjusted the gain dial. That his or her rant is still being recorded. So in that instance, you still have all 4 channels of independent ISO recording, regardless of what you do with the dials. So I think that is at least a good recording feature, knowing if you need to do some post-processing or post-editing and re-exportation of a final product. So that's what this can't do. Is there a wireless mic system with 4 mics, like DJI Mic Mini but with 4 mics? There is one, but I don't know if you're able to control the gain of each of those mics independently. I think it might be, hang on, 4 wireless mics. I don't know if it's the Rode. Is it Rode? There was a budget system. Maybe Holyland. Yeah, I think it might be Holyland that released one. Let me look in images. 4 wireless mics. So there's one from Ceramonic. Yes, Holyland. Here we go. Let's have a look. So, is there a wireless mic system with 4 mics like the DJI Mic Mini? So this is the Holyland Lark Max 2. It's a 4-person or 4 independent wireless mics and 1 receiver. The limitation here is that I don't know if you're able to control each of the microphone levels independently. Unless this has a app, I'm not entirely sure. So you have 4 wireless microphones, you have 1 receiver, you have 1 adapter to connect into a USB Type-C device. Let's scroll down more. Let's see. So the 4 wireless mics in and 1 receiver it can deliver 32-bit 48 kilohertz audio. So 32-bit float is actually quite good, as well as built-in timecode. Oh, okay, there you go. Let's see. It also comes with a camera mount receiver and a USB-C plug-in receiver for iOS or Android devices. 32-bit would be easier for podcasts. They should have volume levels on each mic. They should, but the only person who's able to tell you whether or not your microphone is good is literally the person who's going to be hearing that on the receiver end. Makes sense. Whereas in this scenario, because it has 4 inputs, we also have the ability to connect 4 separate headphone outputs with volume control on each. So say person number 4 doesn't want their headset to be too loud, whereas person number 1 does. And then the same thing with the audio. Say that person number 1 is quite loud, so you turn them down to gain number 3, but person number 2 is quite low, you bring them up to gain number 6. That is all pushed and fed into all 4 channels of headphone outputs. So yeah. Oh, this is the Zoom PodTrack P4, but there is a new model out now. It's the PodTrack Next, P4 Next. Now, I don't know what the difference is in comparison to the first generation of the Zoom PodTrack. Oh, that's not even a good. Here we go. Let's look at this one. So this particular model, English Global. This particular model was released literally back in October last year. So let's go over to that. So this is the PodTrack P4 Next. This is the new version of my PodTrack P4. I don't know what the difference is in terms of new features, but let's have a look together. That's a P, not a negative. Damn it. P4 Next. All right, let's have a look. Okay, so it has 4 XLR inputs, and it has, okay, this is new. This is AI noise reduction. So that's actually very, very new, as opposed to this one. It has no compression, it has no reduction, it has a low cut filter, and it has a limiter. So if you are yelling, the volume will automatically limit it so it doesn't blow and go too high over the gain. So yeah, this new feature again, this is a new one that's not part of the old version, AI noise reduction. So that's actually pretty good. And let's see here, it's a recorder as well. What else? So you can also be very specific in terms of your vocals. Some people have a deep voice, some people have a higher voice as well. So you can put in microphones such as a SM7B from Shure, which is known to need a lifter of some sort. So this unit is able to bring in a Shure SM7B microphone without the need of a lifter or booster for the audio gain. And 48 volt phantom power is available for each of the input XLR microphones. It can run off 2 AA batteries, which my unit can run off 2 AA batteries, or it can run off a USB power bank, which requires at least 12 watts or above. So there's that. If you need to purchase a separate Bluetooth adapter in order to bring in a caller into the unit itself. Bringing in a caller does mean you lose one input channel because it counts as a single channel. So you would be able to have 3 mic inputs for a 5-person podcast. Oh yeah, because you'll be talking to the person will be talking back, so that's 2 people plus 3 other guests. Okay, that makes sense. Then you have the blue dials, which are part of the headphone outputs, so you can control the headphone levels of each headset per guest. And there's also a digital display that you can see the levels on, but you can see that on my own here. So if I were to, okay, you guys can't see that because it's too bright. Let's bring it down. So here, so you can see that. You can see the output as well. Oh, that's too dark. And you can also have there's a dedicated mute button for each speaker. So again, if they're talking shit, straight up mute them. And then you can somehow bring in audio into here. So it's weird because it says 24-bit recording, but then it states it has 32-bit recording. Unless that might be in USB interface mode. That might be it. Okay. So you can pipe quality audio directly into the phone via an adapter. Ready for live streaming, which is what the original was built for during the COVID pandemic, was when all these new tools were being developed for so there's also 4 dedicated sound pads, which you can also preload your own if you wanted to. Audio mixer, PC, Mac, and iOS, or Android. Oh, Android, so you can connect this directly to an Android device. Okay, nice. SD card, so you can record your mix as well as individual channels. And this is different. I don't know about this one. So this is essentially what the podcast would be set up to look like. 4 XLR microphones, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 4 independent headsets, so that each headset can hear the entire group. So instead of this person yelling across the room so that this person can hear, this person can speak into the mic, and that will be picked up by each headset. So the mics I would use, okay, depends on what you want to use it for. The way that I'm envisioning all this is to be a literal mobile setup out on a picnic table somewhere. So right now I have the Audio Technica AT2020, but I will connect the PodTrack P4, the Rode Pod mic, so you can get an idea of the quality that's coming out. And also the AT2020 from Audio Technica and the Rode Pod mic are quite budget friendly microphones. So now being a DJ, you should I'm assuming a lot here. You should be able to determine you're right on your mic to your pod. Oh yes, it's podding time. CFB, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. So for a condenser microphone, most condenser microphones are quite light, and it's podding time. I should add that when we do the podcast. IRL, it's podding time, but full redneck voice. So from my understanding, I'm not an audio guy. From my understanding, condenser microphones, in comparison to a dynamic microphone, okay, a condenser microphone doesn't, how do I say this? It doesn't handle audio rejection as good as a dynamic microphone. And I'll explain that in a moment. let me just get the two microphones set up, because we are still, I believe we are still streaming. So I'll just make sure the phantom power isn't on channel 2, because phantom power is only necessary for condenser microphones, whereas dynamic microphones don't need phantom power. All right, so this here is the pod mic from Rode. It's quite heavy. It does have an inbuilt pop filter, but it's recommended to use some kind of a foam piece. So let's plug that in. Okay, here we go. Let's switch over to the live. Hopefully it's still live. It's not. Give me a sec, hang on. And okay, use phantom power but dynamic budget. Yeah, the cloud lifter, yeah, because you're using the SN7B. All right, so the video, video you're watching is from the Pocket 3. The audio you're hearing is from the iPad's front-facing camera. So I will now demonstrate the condenser microphone. This is the Audio Technica AT2020. It's very lightweight. It does require 48 volt phantom power to be enabled in order to get the best quality from the microphone. So now let me switch to the PodTrack P4 interface via the Moblin app. I have now enabled the microphone from the Zoom PodTrack P4 interface. This is the Audio Technica AT2020 microphone, a condenser microphone with phantom power. Right now, I don't have a foam on it, so if I say the words, Peter Piper pickled a podcast Peppa Pig. And now if I were to do the same thing with the foam cover, Peter Piper Peppa Piper Peter Peppa Pig. I've forgotten what I was saying, but all right. Oh, Nora Diddley. Yeah, so this is the cheap AT2020 from Audio Technica, a condenser microphone. All right, and this, if I now aim it direct towards my face, I can, yeah, I don't know what's causing that. You can hear the same audio at a very low level being repeated in the background. All right, let me just tweak this down a bit because it might be a bit too hot. Now, I am hand holding this. And the way that the pod mic is directional, such as this. It's picking up the headphones, but the headphones isn't even that loud. Okay, let me turn off the headset, all right? Because there's nothing else that's providing monitoring audio to me. So now I can't hear shit. It's still on. Why? Okay. The headset is now turned off completely. I am using the pod track. Sorry. There's so many pods in this setup. I am now using the Rode Pod Mic dynamic microphone connected into the Zoom PodTrack P4 audio interface, which is then connected into a USB Type-C hub, which is then connected into the Mobilin app, and that is then being pushed out to the BellaBox cloud. I am using the Pod Mic without the use of a foam. So now let me mute. Alright, I've now added the foam bit on top of the pod mic. Hopefully that has been able to reject some ambient noise. Again, this is the Rode Pod Mic connected into channel 2 of the Zoom PodTrack P4, which is then connected into a USB hub, which is then connected into an iPad running the Mobilin app, which is then pushing out to the BellaBox cloud stream. So, all right, so you didn't hear any double up. Okay, let's switch back over to the first mic, because that's how it happened. And this here is the Audio Technica AT2020. Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled pepper Pringles Peppa Pig. Yes. I already have a teleprompter. I just haven't used it. Also, Moblin Des, if you're watching Android, please. There is actually someone who, I don't know if they're still looking at it. They were looking at trying to develop an Android-based app mimicking Moblin. They were able to let me read. Hang on. I've got it. I've got all their combo in Disky. Let me read what they have achieved so far. But I don't know if they're still continuing on with that development at the moment. Again, I am now using the Audio Technica AT2020 condenser microphone with 48 phantom power with a wind foam protector. So please tell me if there is any feedback loop. Is that, I don't know if that's what you call it, from what you guys have, I believe, listened to previously earlier in the stream. Let me know if there is any type of a feedback loop from the microphone or from the headset. The headset is turned off, so I have no way of monitoring what I'm doing right now. So yeah, let me see if I can find that conversation. Okay, I'm just going to skim through what has been mentioned. Okay. Let's see. So this person has looked at the code and understands that it's better to do it on iPhone because there's so many versions of Android that exists. It's going to be hard to cater to all of them. They were debating whether they want to incorporate chat. If they're able to, then they're great. If not, Mojo Jojo, welcome on in. Hope you are doing well. Want to do some testing. Oh yeah, something about dodgy backend stuff. Apparently. All right. So this person, at the time when I spoke to them last, back in December, in regards to this development of a possible Android app, they had the ability to do SRTLA to BellBox Cloud, which already exists in IRL Pro. Bonding is also enabled, which also already exists in IRL Pro. Let's see. They were trying to incorporate wrist. I'm not sure if they followed through with that. At the time, I think they were attempting to push 4K 30, but in that resolution, it definitely overheated the phone. So, and I mentioned that 1080p 60 is probably the resolution to aim for, especially for smartphone IRL streaming. Yeah, so far that's pretty much what they have done. So I'm not a coder. I have no idea what I'm looking at if I was going to go into this foray of developing an app such as this. The only reason, from what I believe, IRL Pro hasn't made further advancements is because IRL Pro was developed using a branch of Larix Broadcaster at the time, but then Larix has since been purchased by another company, so no new development, at least from my knowledge, has been developed by them, unless you've got to pay for it. But yeah, so not as many features as what they have been working on, but at least it's a start. Sounds like the code base is kind of a mess too, yeah. But from Larix, yeah. So I don't know. In this instance, I don't know if ChatGPT or other AI-based systems is able to assist with development of this. I think, and this is my personal opinion, if IRL Pro, if there was another app developed, it would have to have at least the ability to incorporate SRTLA bonding, which is, a big thing, and along with that H.265 as well as RTMP if you wish. The ability to have and utilize both cameras of a Android device, such as a rear camera and a front camera, that is something to incorporate into the app. Another thing as well, if it is possible to incorporate a RTMP server, much like what Moblin is doing, and that's pretty much it. Those are the four main things that I would like to see in an Android-based app, because chat, I have a dedicated chat phone anyway, so I don't really need to use chat overlays on the app itself. I don't use TTS from the Moblin app, so that's no biggie for me. Overlays, I don't know if there is a necessity to have an overlay on top of the app itself, because at least from the way that I stream, I'm streaming to a home base mini PC running OBS, and that has ingested Stream Elements overlays on top of, so I don't really need the use of an overlay on the app itself. And one thing to look at as well is the ability to incorporate some kind of an alternative, much like Moblink, that's being used for Moblin. So MobLink, for those who aren't aware, is an app that is installed on Android devices, which allows the use of connecting to the same Wi-Fi network as the main MobLink app on the iPhone, so that you can share the internet data from the Android phone to the main iPhone, allowing you to connect more than 3 connections at least on a phone device. So you'll be able to connect to the internal SIM card, a Wi-Fi connection, and then within that Wi-Fi be able to then connect and bond other connections using a app to then push the data to the main iPhone. I think that would be a good start point, is at least focus on those 4 elements. SITLA with H.265, picture-in-picture within the Android phone, so at least a rear camera and a front-facing camera. The ability to also adjust placement of that picture-in-picture is also a feature that would be very beneficial. The ability to incorporate some sort of a RTMP ingest, much like bringing in a DJI camera or a DJI drone over a Wi-Fi network into the Android-based app and then push out to the SITLA stream. I think those would be actually quite good. Just 3 or 4 features to have as a start, because all the other I guess accessories, much like chat reading, TTS, can be all be used by other apps. So I guess to minimize the potential initial workload of developing the app is just to not incorporate those features yet, just for the main 3 to 4 main features is SITLA with bonding, the ability to add external internet data from other devices with a sister app, the ability to add a RTMP camera via an RTMP ingest server, and there's another one, picture-in-picture. Picture-in-picture. 4 of those things I think will be a good starting point for the Android-based app, which may have to start from a brand new development, considering most of the older coding is just old. old. Yes, I have seen that one, the Dimitrov. He was using 3 apps at the same time, so I haven't actually tested that out yet, but I do want to give that a go. So if someone is able to combine all 3 of those into one app, that would be amazing too. Alright, I might try to use a different microphone to see if that has given a different outlook on this literal just chatting talk. So let's see. Alright, so we are now connected to the Rode Pod mic, which is a condenser microphone connected into the Zoom PodTrack P4 interface unit. There is no mic cover, so it is open to the elements more. Hopefully the audio from here is pleasing, as opposed to using the front-facing microphone of the iPad, or even using a DJI Mic Mini or DJI Mic Mini 2, which can be paired directly to the Pocket 3. Now, the one thing that I am curious about is that once I've connected this audio interface, as soon as I try to select the Pocket 3 audio, it switches back to the audio interface. So that's a bit of a weird situation that I'm seeing here. It's not much of an issue, because the entire point of this setup is to utilize XLR microphones using this interface. So yeah, Android is more than capable. Yeah, so I don't know where to start. If I was to develop an app, which I don't know where to start. Because you would need to pull from existing apps to see how they work. And I think the person I was talking to was on a good idea of just focusing on Samsung Galaxy phones for a start. And then as time progressed and there's more time and people who are interested, maybe having patches and develops for other Android devices. I think there might be a bare minimum that's required as well. So I know for Moblin, I think the bare minimum is an iPhone XR. I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've set the requirements for the app itself. Yeah, as opposed to, you know, an iPhone, which is pretty much the same throughout the entire lifespan of an iPhone. Android has so many different flavors and variations out there at the present moment. Yeah, so this is one thing I also found out as well. So there's another streamer who was mucking around with some of their phones in order to do IRL streaming with SRT based streams. They showed that, I can't remember which Pixel it was. So they were showing that a Pixel phone was able to go into night vision mode and be able to utilize that lens and stream it. So a typical night vision mode is green with a infrared light beaming out. So I'm like, wow, that would be pretty awesome to use in some aspects of IRL streaming to give like a ghost scary nighttime vibe. So I don't know if that ability is able to be carried over to other systems, but that was an interesting thing that I saw while he did it live on stream using a paid version of Larry's Broadcaster, which he didn't pay for. It just had a big bold writing saying, if you wish to utilize Larry's Broadcaster, please pay for the subscription. So I tried to find an older APK for him, but I wasn't able to find one in time. So I might keep looking for that. But yeah, this is, I think, a pretty condensed setup to what I was originally planning to begin with the Rodecaster Pro and the HDMI based 4-channel camera switcher. So utilizing a dedicated iPad with USB tethered cameras along with a audio interface that's also USB tethered, I think we will get quite a bit of content done in this type of situation. The best phones you got are the iPhone 15 Pro, Pixel 8 Pro, Samsung S25 Ultra. Hopefully that will cover your bases. Yeah, there was someone selling a SA15 Pro on Facebook Marketplace, although I don't know if I should go for that or should I just, I wouldn't say bite the bullet, just sort of lean towards maybe getting an iPhone 17 Pro. But this is future talk we're talking about here. But yeah, okay, where are we? Okay, let's see here. All right, let's stop the Moblin stream and then switch back over to the main cameras here. I'll just mute this mic before putting it down, otherwise it might destroy people's headsets. Okay, back now. So yeah, that was a run through. I thought it was going to be quick, not so much, of an iPad with a USB Type-C hub with 2 USB-C cameras and a USB audio interface connecting potentially 4 microphones to do a potential mobile podcast with charging. So everything right now is being charged. So we originally started off at 65% on the iPad. It's now at 80%. The Action 4 is 100%. The Pocket 3 started off at 60. It dropped to 59 and it's stuck at 59. So it hasn't increased, but it hasn't dropped either. So that's a good thing. And then we have one more USB-C port here, which I could connect to my router via a USB to Ethernet adapter. So then it will be able to connect, we'll be able to utilize the internal, or I actually don't have a SIM card. We can use potentially an internal SIM card on the iPad. Then we can use a Wi-Fi connection as another internet connection. Then we can use an Ethernet connection as a third internet connection, and then have Moblink on other devices to connect to the same Wi-Fi network that we'll assume in this particular setup. So this is pretty much a very small, compact mobile configuration that I have been able to get cobbled together to plan for any podcast type situations in the future. Deadly will be back in another week's time, so we can designate a day or a couple of days to go out IRL, find a park bench, and then just set up and shoot the shit there. So yeah, I think the original idea I had was to utilize the Rodecaster Pro 2, but as soon as I brought that bad boy out and then started thinking about everything else that comes with setting up a podcast, it became a bit too much for me. Deadpen, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. All right, let's see here. I just need to check to see what I need to do. All right, so we don't need the iPad anymore. We can break all this down. Let's turn off the audio interface. Let's now shut down the app. Let's unplug. Let's also now remove the power. So we can now turn off the Pocket 3. We can now turn off the Action 4 and start to disconnect everything. So yeah, I think for the first outing, we'll bring the PodTrack P4 along with 2 microphones and 2 headsets for monitoring while out in the field. People can choose not to wear. It's entirely up to them. But in order for good volume control and self monitoring, bringing in wearing a headset will be more beneficial, at least in my opinion. Opinion. All right, let's see here. Okay, we can put the iPad away first, so it's at least protected in some sense. Okay. Okay, and let's just quickly disconnect these. Best type opinion. Yes. English, yes. All right. Let's have a quick bio break, and then I'll come back and then we can discuss the issues that I had earlier today when attempting to stream using the DJI drone IRL. So let's bring that out. What's this cable here? Oh yeah, that Velcro literally just flew off as soon as I removed it. Okay. So I think, Yeah, I think having a dedicated router, at least for the setup that I'm thinking of when using Moblin, might be more beneficial, considering I have aging products. Again, using the iPhone 11 Pro Max with the Moblin app, at least for IRL, might be one of the bottlenecks in that situation. Okay, let's bring this over to here. Oh, okay, that's a question. Can I trigger an ad break? I don't know if I can. I'm looking at my stream manager in Twitch, but I don't see if there's... I do see ad, but it's blocked out. And the next ad session is in 9 minutes. All right, that's fine. All right. So, in order for me to keep everything all somewhat tidy, I've found one of these. I found a couple of these cases. This is designed to house multiple types of different cables, but I'm using it now to hold one set of headphones, one microphone of some sort, and one XLR cable. And that is all this one of these pouches will hold, is one mic, one headset, and one XLR cable. So that is that one. This one, very similar. We have another AT2020 microphone, another Audio-Technica headset, another Wins muff, and another XLR cable. So now another thing that I'll be bringing along is an actual mic stand, which pretty much speaks for itself. A tabletop mic stand. And then I think that will be it in terms of the equipment needed for a portable podcast setup. So this will need a cable for providing a power to power this device. We then need another USB cable to provide USB tether to the hub. Okay, yep. I think I have enough. So the long cables are pretty much going to be to the cameras. Potentially, the idea is to do somewhat of a community gathering of content creators up here in Darwin. There has been other communities created in different states within Australia. Myself and Deadly want to create one based on content creators. So not necessarily specific to Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, whatever, content that's based with creators based in Darwin. And in order to get in order to be noticed by the Twitch higher ups, a certain requirement is needed in order to be done before the community can be recognized via Twitch. I think it's at least 2 or 3 gatherings of more than 10 people in each event to just have a community get together. And it doesn't necessarily need to be streamed. It just needs to be somehow ticketed. So guests or patrons will then have to register. That way it's all somewhat recorded to prove that this person who's somewhat of a content creator or interested in creating content up here has attended a community networking event, primarily in this creative space. So yeah, thanks DJ Reminisce. So I think, and there's at least another 4 to 5 active streamers here in Darwin. To get some yebo. I can't promise them about handsome. This is Darwin. Might just get your face printed on a paddle. Like, oh, photo. But yeah. True. Yes. Yeah. That's true. It is the timing is, I think, important as well. As well as notice. There are other community events specific for like e-gaming or specific for tabletop games and stuff that already exist here in Darwin, but nothing that's sort of catered to content creation, whether that be Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, whatever. Okay, bio break. I'll be back. Thank you for tuning in. Oh. All right. Winery is done. Okay, now the next is CF Boy. And now the next is Doronia. Is this a happy creation? Oh, there's a bit of a bleed on top of the Doro bowl.
집에 가면서 먹으려고. 꿀맛.
Welcome in. Ooh, diggy. Oh, good lord.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh, hang on.
I think that will raise a few eyebrows for those who want the ability to have a wireless remote control, even a remote control of any sort for the Pocket 3 camera in terms of panning and zooming in as well. Zooming in as well. Okay, let's try again. Oh look, there's a cow. Do you know what that reminds me of? Lloyd, please do your milk challenge. Thank you. Bless. Oh. All right.
I think my healthiest was when I changed her diet, which was really, really good. Are you okay? Wake up!
No, I'm
You weren't kidding about that still be here.
Now that we're here, let's have. That's. Oh. Yeah, in overlay. In overlays. Oh.
Video? Oh.
Just trying to see if anyone
Fucking hell. The sound of Midman's gun is so terrifying.
And I missed
What
every
are you
single
using?
shot.
What is that gun?
The Carrick .300.
Fuck. Where?
This gun's
In
fucked.
what game is that from?
Maybe Modern Warfare 2.
Okay.
It's a
I was
full
gonna say,
full automatic.
it sounds so heavy for no reason.
Well, I couldn't be bothered waiting for the bolt action to happen, so I'm like, yeah, I want full I'll miss every shot, but I want full.
There's one there.
Two. Okay, so we have two cheese hot dog sticks in this air fryer. We set it at 180 degrees. Now we set it for 15 minutes. Okay, here it's consuming about 400 watts from the battery itself, but the actual power draw from this is 372 watts. Okay. Let's go. Apologize to everyone, but at the same time I don't apologize at all. I'm doing this is content. CFB, why are you staring? No, it's not focusing on me. Lloyd. Milk, please. Bless. It's gonna do a slow twist. Okay, and we're gonna do another twist this way. Down. So I'm like shaking up a margarita. No. So hopefully nothing's dropped, nothing's cinematic. So we need to push forward, raise, so this is the mirror hole. Oh wow, it dips. Hey, that's all right. And we can now do TED Talks. So the benefits of shitting and coming at the same time.
But let me spin you around because that's enough sunset. Oh shit. Oh shit. I can hear it. I can hear it. Better go. Better go, 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 go. Can you hear the rain? Can you hear the fucking rain? Okay. Oh yeah. Up, rotate. We've got line of sight here. So there is a delay. There is a delay between the RTMP feed from the drone and the camera feed from the Bella box. What is that sound? I can hear beeping. Oh, it must be off screen. Can you guess what this hoodie is? I'll show you the back. Okay. Okay. I got a hoodie version. So I had a shirt version the other week. So I got a hoodie version. Oh, you so this is the hoodie version. Yeah. I know. And these feel like they're embroidered. They're rised print. The Homer feels like a normal heat transfer, but the actual black areas, it feels like it's been embroidered. So that's pretty awesome.
It's actually
Thing, it's another. There we go. Right, I'm not gonna put my hands up. Where the fuck are you pointing to? Bro, over here. Bro. Bro, over here. Why are you running away from me? No, bro, come back. Oh my God. You know what? I'm just gonna disconnect the tracking. I'm gonna. I am
testing out these two devices. On the left we have the Pocket 3 along with its RTMP stream. On the right we have the Action 4 connected to a DJI Mobile 7P gimbal with the tracking module enabled as well. So let me just cover the Action 4 so you can see it black out on screen, and then cover the Pocket 3. So Pocket 3 and a poor man's Pocket 3 with tracking. Degrees on one end, 35. Okay, let's quickly look at the what's that say? Focus. 200. Okay. So the air fryer can reach 200 degrees Celsius or 400 Fahrenheit. Oh, hang on.
Lloyd. Milk, please. Bless.
Oh look, there's a cow. Do you know what that reminds me of? Lloyd, please do your milk challenge. Thank you. Bless.
Battery. Furniture. I think my health test was when I changed her diet, which was really, really cool. Are you okay? Wake up!
No, I'm
You weren't kidding about that still be here.
So the fires and it will just burn itself out as long as it's not.
Oh. All right.
Video? Oh.
Just trying to sneak on
Fucking hell. The sound of Midman's gun is so terrifying.
And I missed
What
every
are you
single
using?
shot.
What is that gun?
The Carrick .300.
Fuck. Where?
This gun
In
sucks.
what game is that from?
maybe Modern Warfare 2.
Okay.
It's a
I was
full
gonna say,
full automatic.
it sounds so heavy for no reason.
Well, I couldn't be bothered waiting for the bolt action to happen, so I'm like, yeah, I want full. I'll miss every shot, but I want full.
There's one there.
I think that will raise a few eyebrows for those who want the ability to have a wireless remote control, even a remote control of any sort for the Pocket 3 camera in terms of panning and zooming in as well. Zooming in as well. Okay, let's try again.
Yeah, no shit.
Cinematic, so we need to push forward, raise.
Jazenz rated my stream with 8 viewers.
DJ Wiz! Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Hope you are doing well indeed. Whereabouts in China are you right now? I hope you had a great stream. If you need to raid and run, by all means, go right ahead. For those who have raided in with DJ Wiz, welcome on in. My name is Mitmat. I am an Australian streamer here in Darwin, Northern Territory. Most of my streams are involved with tech and technologies. Most of the technologies is specifically at IRL streaming. So if you have any questions or suggestions or any interest, you can join my Discord if you type in ! Discord, or you can ask questions away here as well. DJ Wiz, I hope you had a great stream today, and hopefully you had some very delicious food as well. And welcome on in to everyone who has joined in the raid. I just came back, so I was about 20 minutes in Be Right Back. I needed to take care of something. So, yes, I am back. I have returned. But yes, welcome on in. And I do thank you and appreciate the raid as well. That's 1, 2, 3 raids today. Wow. Wow. Okay. Let's talk about Moblin. And the a lot of stuttering. So and what I mean by that is when I have connected my DJI Pocket 3 and I've connected it to a Netgear Nighthawk router, and RTMP server is running on the Moblin app, I've been getting quite a lot of stuttering streams via RTMP stream from the Pocket 3 via the Netgear Nighthawk into the iPhone unit itself. And I've tried on different occasions changing the bitrate from the RTMP stream. Does seem to fix a little bit of the stuttering issues, but not all at once. But considering this Wi-Fi router is a Netgear Nighthawk M7 Ultra with the capability of broadcasting Wi-Fi 7. I am perplexed as to why it's not a smooth and stable RTMP feed into the Moblin app. The iPhone itself is an iPhone 11 Pro Max, so it is quite old. But that being said, 3 months ago, or in a previous IRL stream using essentially a very similar setup, it was smooth sailing. So a major stream that I did do was probably back in October last year for PAX Australia, where I was able to successfully stream using a Pocket 3 and an Action 4 DJI camera at the same time with smooth incoming RTMP streams, which I believe I was using the M7 Ultra. But let's look at a different method now to see if we can get somewhat of a more stable non-stutter RTMP feed coming into the iPhone 11 Pro Max. So we will have to now revert back to a previous configuration that I had, and that is using the GLINet travel router. So this is the dedicated router. It has no internet capabilities at all. It is just a dedicated Wi-Fi router. It is powered by USB Type-C. It does have the ability to input a USB tether via, say, a mobile phone. It has 2 LAN gigabit network ports, as well as a WAN network connection to connect to an existing internet connection into this device. So for today, for now, I am going to just attempt to use this as a basic Wi-Fi router and to see if we can get a much higher bitrate with less stutter from the DJI Pocket 3 into the 11 Pro Max running the Moblin app. So let's get this powered up, and let's power it up with 15 watts so we can power this bad boy up. All right, let's power that up. Let's now get the Pocket 3 up and running. Let's now get the iPhone up and running, and we might as well connect some kind of an internet connection into the router. So I will now plug in this yellow network cable into the router itself, so it has an internet connection to begin. And then once we have a somewhat stable overall stream, we'll then switch it over to the Netgear 9Hawk M7 Ultra. So this would just become an internet source, which will then feed an Ethernet cable into the router. So we won't use the Wi-Fi capabilities of the Netgear. We'll just use this as a straight modem device. Needs more modems? Yes. Yes. Welcome in, Masingo. Hope you are doing well. All right, so let's connect to this Wi-Fi router, which we have, which is the 5G variant. So let's do that. Let's now open up Moblin app, and we will turn off that one. Always more modems. So you've been looking to buy and get another phone to tether as a modem. Would you purchase an Android-based phone? I think in terms of price for usage, I think might be the best case. Although you would want one with at least 5G capabilities. Well, right? Man. All right, so let's now select the configuration specific to the setting that I have already pre-created using the Beryl Wi-Fi router. So we look at Pocket 3 M1, which is the Netgear Nighthawk M1, the iPhone HS, iPhone hotspot, which we're not using at the present moment, M7U, which is the Netgear Nighthawk M7 Ultra, and then there's the Beryl. So let's enable the Beryl, which is what this device is called. Plus, there are some other issues with which phones properly support certain mid-band 5 gigahertz frequencies. So 5G frequencies. Yeah. It's always something. Huh. Okay. Nothing is happening. So let's... So it says it's discovering. Now, sometimes if I haven't used a device in such a long time, it may mean that the actual Wi-Fi connection has changed. So let's stop the Beryl. Let's go into DJI devices. Let's go into the Pocket 3 Beryl, and then we will scroll down till we see the URL, and we'll just double check that that is the correct URL. We might just bump this bad boy up. Let's go 10. Let's go 10. All right. Back out. Oh. Okay. It might mean, because this is essentially a replacement Pocket 3, I now have to, FO6C. So I now have to select the FO6C. So that was my mistake. So let's now enable that. And the Pocket 3 is now connecting, or in the process of initiating the RTMP live stream. So we'll just wait. And it says it's connected. I do have now a live indicator stating that the Pocket 3 is indeed live streaming. So let's go here. There is a delay. And now there's still skips. Why? I hate you. I hate this. I hate you. All right, let's bring this up so we can show the fan. So then we have at least something on screen that's constantly spinning. And we'll just wait and see. It's glitching out like crazy. So a couple of things that I want to do now is to stop the Pocket 3 stream. I now want to do a disable of the RTMP ingest servers. Wait a few seconds. Re-enable. Back out. And then go to DJI devices, Pocket 3 Beryl. We will now re-engage the connection of this. And now we will wait for it to reconnect and reinitiate the RTMP live stream from the Pocket 3. And here we are. So I've aimed the camera angle to showcase the ceiling fan behind my head. So I would now get a very quick indication of whether or not this stream is skipping or being very stuttery. Right now it seems smooth. We are receiving a bit rate of 10 megabit per second. So that's good. We haven't, from what I have seen, we haven't seen any skips involved on the incoming stream. So while we're here, I might also enable the Action 4 as well as do side by side. Now let's prepare the Action 4. So let's power this on. get into unlocked mode. And now let's hop over to the DJI devices that I've already pre-made. Find Action 4 barrel. And now we'll wait for the Action 4 to initiate its RTMP live stream to then be pushed into the Moblin app. Again, I forgot to check any other settings, so we'll have to wait and see for it to actually be pushed through into the Moblin app. So let's go to Action 4. We now have an Action 4 camera angle. And we also have, I believe, a front-facing camera, which we can now disable in this particular scene. Let me put the camera. We'll put the camera here for the time being, so we get a very similar camera angle to showcase the ceiling fan behind my head. So let's go to Pocket 3. Now let's do side by side. These have been turned off, so let's turn them back on. All right. So I'll just turn off chat, at least within the Moblin app, so we can see the screen more clearly. And it does seem like I am streaming the Action 4 at 8 megabit per second, possibly. Let's go into the DJI devices, Action 4 barrel. Let's scroll down. We are pushing out 6 megabit per second. So what I might do, I will stop the Action 4. Then I might readjust the Action 4 to, let's push it as hard as we can. 10 megabit per second. We want rock steady, which is fine. 1080p. Yep. Back out. Okay, let's reinitiate the Action 4 barrel. So now we should have about 20 megabit per second in terms of RTMP throughput to the Moblin app. So let's switch to a different scene and then switch back to, now we will see if both cameras are in sync. So the Action 4 seems to be a bit faster than the Pocket 3, which doesn't make any sense. But now, I think now both cameras are slowly starting to be in sync, possibly. Although now I'm getting stuttering from one camera angle. So the Action 4 is still faster than Pocket 3, but I haven't made any changes at all to the previous configurations, which has allowed me to put both cameras in sync. So what I might do is now go into the front-facing camera. I will now go into the RTMP ingests, turn off the servers, wait a couple of seconds, and then re-enable the server. Generally, this process will be able to retrieve both cameras to be back in sync with each other. So let's re-enable. Okay, and now let's switch over to the side-by-side scene that I have created with the Action 4 and the Pocket 3. And let's wait and see. So the Action 4 seems to be still faster. So we've switched to the Pocket 3, switched the Action 4. This one, I might change the microphone to be specific to the Pocket 3. Let's try again. Action 4 still a little bit faster. So what I might do is I might turn off the Pocket 3, give it a second, then re-push the Pocket 3 barrel back. Alright, so we have a picture of the Pocket 3, and now let's do another sync test. Oh, okay. So the Pocket 3 is still receiving stuttering, so let's try again. Action 4 is faster. Pocket 3 is still receiving quite a bit of stuttering, which unfortunately has pushed the delay. Unless it's this particular scene that has both cameras not in sync. But then if I switch to the front facing camera, that's right. Because of the sudden crash, the sync has switched back to its original setting. So let me just increase that. Back out. Close. Now let's switch to Pocket 3. Let's now switch to the front. We will now receive a 4-second buffer before the front facing camera is active. And now if we click, so the Pocket 3 is still slow. Lane, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. What you been up to? All right, the Pocket 3 is still sluggish. So okay, we're getting closer and closer, but I haven't actually changed anything. So we'll just check to see if the delay has been altered in any way. $3,750. So if using DJI devices, and then we're using the Pocket 3 barrel, here we won't be able to alter anything in terms of the delay. Both cameras are essentially pushing out 10 megabit per second out. So let's try again. It could be the phone. Good as can be with 9 to 5. I am in the process of trying to get a more stable RTMP stream coming out from my DJI cameras. So recently, in the past few streams that I have done with IRL using the iPhone, a Pocket 3, and either a dedicated travel router / modem, or even using my personal phone in hotspot mode, I've been getting quite a lot of stuttering video coming in from the Pocket 3. So I'm a bit concerned about that, but don't know if it's if the age of the phone is contributing to that particular specific delay. Not having both RTMP camera feeds to be in sync with each other. So let's try again. So it's ever so slightly that these two are just going to be in sync with each other. I don't think it's... Right, let's check. So we have internal SIM card data. We have internet with home internet coming in, and then we might just, if we can get that paired up, I will connect my personal phone to the Beryl router and then initiate mob link, which will now provide a third internet connection into the system. So let's start that. Okay, so now we should have 3 connections in the Moblin app. So let's now start. And let's now switch to the live scene. Start. And let's now switch to the live scene. So this is the Pocket 3 camera angle, which is pushing out a wireless RTMP stream to the Moblin app running on the iPhone. And this is now the Action 4 from DJI camera pushing out another RTMP camera feed to the iPhone running the Moblin app. This scene is now a picture, it's not really a picture, it's a side-by-side scene with both cameras showing up on the same scene. So the clap is literally 2 frames maybe behind the Action 4. Alright, I've now switched to the Action 4 scene. I'm now going to switch to the Pocket 3 microphone. So now the Action 4 camera and the Pocket 3 microphone. So the audio is just in sync. Yeah, it's not that out of sync. No, it's not. So it's not that much of a hassle, but I've managed to get these cameras so close where it was indecipherable. So it's, yeah, I mean, from a live stream point of view, I don't think people are going to actually realize how out of sync it is. So now if I were to pick up the Action 4 and put it literally right next to the Pocket 3 camera, so this is now the oh man. Now this is the Action 4 camera, but the Pocket 3 microphone. I don't think it's that out of sync. The mind does. It's, yeah. It's here. Okay, so let's now switch to the side-by-side. So unfortunately, I've forgotten to manually change the audio for each of these scenes, so it does bounce back and forth between the 2 camera angles. So So let's just watch that now. So the Action 4 is faster. So if the Action 4 is faster, that must mean I must add more to delay it. Okay, let's turn off. Action 4, 1850, 1900, done. Okay, Action 4, camera and audio. Pocket 3 camera and audio. Just stuttering. Okay, let's go to okay, so now it seems we're getting close. So it's literally one frame. I'm seeing 1 frame delay between the Action 4 and the Pocket 3. So the Action 4 is still faster. That means we must add more delay. One frame in milliseconds is 30 FPS. 33.3. So, okay, let's switch back to the front. For the Action 4, so we go 33. This now should be the DJI Pocket 3 with the DJI Pocket 3 audio. This should now be the Action 4 with the Action 4 audio. And this should now be side by side of the Pocket 3 on the left and the Action 4 on the right. Now the Pocket 3 is faster and the Action 4 is slower. So we need to I don't know. I think it should be fine. Okay, seems fine now. So I might have to. Okay, it's fine. Alright, I guess the next test, instead of using the Netgear Nighthawk M7 Ultra type travel modem router, I'll be using the Geo iNet travel router dedicated. Yeah, okay, so I guess time will tell. The next stream I do, I'll probably bring multiple cameras in in an area that's good. All right, let's see what we can think of. Okay, so we've done the drone. I need to look into figuring out why only part of the screen is in focus. We looked into the have I got any more trips? Actually, not at the moment. PAX Australia has released their dates, so I've already booked accommodation around those dates. I haven't booked flights, and I'm waiting until March when the first release tickets gets released. There might be a trip in about September to go to Brisbane for like a week. But other than that, nothing has been planned. What about yourself, DJ Reminisce? You got any trips coming up or not yet? Okay, let's see here. Just checking. Oh, that's not even live. You're running old Street Fighter 2 tournaments? Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. How are you presenting the Street Fighter 2 tournaments? Is it on like, okay. Is it on like original hardware or is it on like emulators? Because Street Fighter 2's, you're talking about like the Super NES one, right? Or are you talking about a new version? I haven't played fighting games in so long. I have no idea what's new, what's not. So forgive me. You have custom built consoles, 2-player control panel. Oh, nice. So like arcade style. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. And then are you just putting it up on a TV screen or a projector? Arcade. 15. Jesus. Okay. You must have like a trailer or big ass van. Once a month. Wow. How has there been a lot of interest for it? And if it's a tournament, do you monitors main setup connected to the big screen via VGA? Nice. So every month tournament, there's a winner, or do they jump into the next round? I don't know how the tournaments normally go. So at the end of the year, do you hold like a end of year tournament or stuff? You run the NZ Street Fighter Facebook page. What don't you do, man? Jesus. Keep him busy or what? You're running regionals every month. Then you have NZ Nationals in October. Oh, wow. That'd be cool. October's PAX as well. PAX Australia in Melbourne. So, yeah, it depends on the dates. What's the weather like in New Zealand? October. Weather in Auckland, October. The middle of spring, characterized by warming days, cool nights, a mix of sunshine and frequent and often rapid weather changes. It is a period where you can experience 4 seasons in one day. 16 to 18 degrees, average daytime temp, average nighttime, 10 degrees to 12. Okay. So pack for a variety of weather. So, yeah. You need to sort out your IRL streaming setup for these tournaments. Oh, okay. So then, if you have 15 consoles, well, 15 setups, how would you, or would you just concentrate on maybe 2 and then cycle them? How long is a day? How long is a day? You do these tournaments every month, right? So let's have a look. NZ Street Fighter. Let's look. Fighter. So they're 5 hours long. At the end of each monthly tournament, there's a winner. 4 main setups connected to a switcher box to your streaming setup. Ah, okay. Cool. So then, how would you normally set up the cameras? So if you have 4 main setups, do you then have multiple cameras? I should change that. Why am I there? You win. One video capture the gameplay, 5 cameras. One for 4 setups facing the players, 1 live commentators. Okay. Okay. Right. Cool. Yeah, the tournament stuff, it's hard to try and capture everything. So I guess you would prioritize the top 4 or the final 4 in terms of live streaming. Four cameras, 1 commentator. So then how would you input the video capture of the gameplay? Was that through a separate method? Wait, hang on. Are they all running simultaneously? 4 main setups. Goes into your streaming laptop. Okay, yep. So are all 4 battles running at the same time? Or is it staggered? So semifinals and then preliminary finals. Yeah, I don't know how the tournament goes, but yeah. Ah, okay. That will make sense. But at the same time, you don't want to stretch out the day too long. So you have multiple players fight. Ah, okay, yep, that makes sense. So it's not concentrated on one specific battle. It's just jumping through each whatever the switcher lands on is what you'll commentate on. Ah, okay. Sixty players per tournament. 2 players per battle. 4 main setups. That's 8. Okay. So throughout the day, people would shift until you get to the top. Is it knockout? Yeah, or round robin? Interesting. Very interesting. Is it a sponsored event or no? 15 setups in total. Only 4 of those have cameras set up, and you do round robins. Okay, makes sense. Just to get through the day, just smash. Hang on, something keeps dropping USB. Then we do 16. Then top 16 we do 4 main setups. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for explaining that to me. Excuse me. And this setup isn't incorporating Moblin, right? This is all like hard-lined camera, streaming laptop, and then pushing out to your destination. It's a pretty hectic day. I would imagine. How many people in your crew to help set up and make the day run smoothly? Jesus. I mean, when I set up for the fight night, and that was just me by myself, it was a bit maddening because I wasn't able to set up earlier in the day. I had the doors were open at early enough at 4 o'clock or 4:30, but the doors opened at 5:30, but the first fight doesn't start till 7. So I had to make sure to bring all my equipment up fucking flight of stairs. Had all the cameras running. Oh, it was, oh my God. It was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. And it was just me. So just OBS on your streaming laptop, 2 to 4, you need at least 10. Yeah, man. But at least you have people, so that's good. Could you put up like a volunteer note for each city and then promise maybe a feed, fish and chips? But yeah, no, more people really does help out a lot. You have people volunteering as well. That's good. That's good. And you've built up a community as well that there'll be people willing to help. Oh, that's my action 4. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. But that's interesting as well. Because I have, so Moblin's the new tech. But I've also have my Blackmagic 8 Mini with the Extreme ISO, which is 8 input HDMI channels. I also have the OC GoStream deck, which is the 4-channel HDMI video switcher. And then I have a second OC GoStream deck as well for the portable multi-camera iRoll streaming backpack. So yeah, big street. You're also running a tournament in Brisbane. Oh, nice. You have a big Street Fighter 2 community here. In NZ, yeah? You want to do multicam with Moblin. Hey, you can. I wouldn't rely on wireless RTMP. Just putting it out there. How many DJI cameras do you have? Yes, only via iPad with USB Type-C. So you can't HDMI capture into Moblin on an iPhone because of some hardware limitation, but you can do it if you have an iPad. You have 3 A4s. So if you just want I'm not sure how you're going to incorporate that into your already scheduled configuration. But yes, to answer your question, yes, you can input in a HDMI source into Moblin if you have an iPad that has a USB Type-C port. So, for instance, do you want me to show you? I can show you right now if you want. I've got time. I've got all the equipment out already, so you're lucky. All the equipment. All right, let's bring this out here. All right. iPad. This here is an iPad 10th generation. So it's not an iPad Pro. It's not an iPad Air. It's not an iPad that has an M1, M2, M4 chip. It's just a standard 10th generation iPad. So this one, I think I bought for $450. Yeah, so the current iPad, they call it iPad 11-inch, I think. A16 is currently priced at the very least, from what I'm seeing, $500 for the most basic iPad. Wi-Fi only, no cell, no SIM card. If you want SIM card, it's an extra $277. Does it overheat like iPhones? Not necessarily, provided you have ample cooling. And because you're going to be using an iPad on a desk, you can get a laptop cooler to just keep air blowing in, because you're not going to be using it IRL. It's going to be literally a stationary position setup. So let's have a look. Right, this is again an iPad 10th generation. Let me just unlock this. Unlocking, and I'll just show settings. So you guys can see a iPad 10 Gen with iPad OS version 18. Okay, so I'll just turn off all these other scenes. 4-in-1. Oh no, we don't want that. Okay. So here we have a standard iPad with one scene. Now, right now it's at 80% power. I would strongly suggest you get a USB Type-C, a USB Type-C HDMI capture card with power delivery. So this will allow you to not only ingest a HDMI camera feed, you're also able to provide charge power into the iPad. Other USB capture devices only have HDMI in and USB out, but then you're unable to keep the iPad charged. So I can link this to you if you want. This is a HDMI video capture with USB-C power delivery, and I'll show you right now. So let's plug this in. Okay, unfortunately this particular setup, the case is unfortunately a bit too small to allow for this type of connection to fit in. So I'm going to use an extender. That's because I have one. So let's plug that in. All right. So now we have an extension to the USB Type-C to the HDMI capture device. Now I want to bring in a power bank to get this charging. So again, we have 80% on the iPad itself. So now let's provide input charging into the capture device. Power bank here. Or if you have like a 45 watt wall power, then you can use that, but I'm just using this. This here has USB Type-C output. This has 100 watt. You bastard. Or 60 watt. So I'm just going to use the 60 watt one because it's what's I have available. And this particular cable has a digital LED display which tells you how much power is being pushed in. Okay. So we are receiving 20 watts of input power into this hub, and as you can see, the iPad is being charged. Again, the iPad is just a standard iPad. It's Wi-Fi only, so it only has one internet connection in this scenario. If you wanted to add more devices, such as a way to connect to an Ethernet connection, then you'll need to get yourself a USB Type-C powered hub, and I'll show you that later. But for now, this is just the most simplest configuration in this type of setup. Okay, so we have a power bank providing power via this capture device into the iPad, and the iPad is currently receiving charging, so we don't have to worry about the iPad losing power or draining power. So now let's connect a HDMI device. This is a Sony X3000, and we have a HDMI adapter here. So let's power this on. We will now get a HDMI cable. Okay. Let's now plug in one end into the capture device and the other end into the camera. Now, what you need to do is on Moblin, is what we need to do now is to go to the cogwheel. We'll create a brand new scene. So we go create my scene. We'll call this HDMI capture. Done. And then within the video source, we'll now pull down here and we'll try to find this device. But I can't see it on here. So I must have done something wrong, because it's not showing up as an actual device itself. So let me back out. Screen capture. It should show up here, but I'm having a difficulty not seeing it. It could be this adapter here not allowing this to be the iPad to recognize the device. So let's disconnect this. I will now just slowly remove the case, just enough to allow me to connect the hub directly, sorry, the capture device directly to the iPad. Okay, so we have a blue icon show up on the corner and then switch to USB digital audio 2. So now we should be able to find HDMI capture. Maybe not. Okay, let me close down this. Let me reopen up Moblin. Let's go to scenes, HDMI capture. There it is. It's showing up now. USB 2 video. Now, let me reconnect the power into here to continue charging the iPad. Okay. We are now still pushing in 20 watts of input power into the iPad to keep it charged. We'll just double check the scenes and HDMI capture and USB 2 video. Now we switch to the new scene that we have created, HDMI capture, and here is the HDMI camera signal coming in from this action camera. So that is how you are able to get at least one HDMI camera feed via a HDMI capture device with power delivery into an iPad with a USB Type-C port. Again, this is a basic iPad. This is an iPad 10th generation, Wi-Fi only. So you don't need the latest and greatest. You can pretty much get away with a iPad such as this. The only issue in this configuration is that you only have, at the moment, one internet connection, and that is via Wi-Fi. If, say, you wanted to add more devices onto here, then you will need to get yourself a different type of hub. Now, I do have one that I can recommend. It is expensive, but if you compare it to the cost of other USB Type-C hubs available, I think this is a pretty good purchase. So this is the J5 Create Video Capture USB Hub. It has about a, what's this, 20 centimeter USB Type-C cable that's connected. What we also have is a USB-C input, I believe up to 60 watts of input power. We also have two USB 3.0 ports, and we have a a HDMI input, as well as a HDMI output, and then a headphone jack out. So what you could do is not only bring in a HDMI capture into this, what you could also do is connect a USB to Ethernet adapter. So you can bring in an Ethernet internet connection into the hub, which will then be detected in the iPad, allowing you to connect the iPad to an Ethernet connection along with connecting to a Wi-Fi connection, giving you two internet connections. So yeah, you look into tomorrow, pull out all the gadgets. You have 3 weeks for your first time. Nice. Well, good luck. If you need a hand or talk things over to make sure you don't drive yourself insane, hit me up, man. All good. But yeah, it'll be good to know what equipment you have as well, because you might be doing things in a inefficient way, and that nowadays there might be better things. There might be things that are more better to try to make your life less headachy. Mo better. Oh yeah. All right. So hopefully that has helped. And yeah, hit me up if you do run into some issues, or if you think you might need another brain to look into things to make it a little bit more efficient. Hit me up. Excuse me. Woo. Yeah. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do now. We've discussed quite a few things. Went through quite a few things. Yeah. Right. Should I put that there? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, let's do that. Yeah, so there's I can probably do that tomorrow because I will need the use of the 3D printer. So it's already late now, so I won't be able to use it at this time of night. So yeah, we'll move on to a different. So if I can get that. So the idea is to 3D design a sleeve to fit over the USB Type-C hub. And if I can get that right, then I can attach that to a custom 3D printed case that I'm designing for the iPad mini 7th generation. Use case is for a portable USB tethered switcher using Moblin. So I'm not relying on RTMP streaming as much. So yeah, we can definitely get that done. We'll have to print the collar to make sure that the hub fits through. That's first. The second thing is to make sure the USB cables that we use, USB-C cables that we use, also fit into the channels that we'll be using in that regard. Should be fun. Should be able to get it done. It's just a lot of back and forth. So okay. Let's see. All right. Well, I think that might be it for today's stream. I might try to get things done, head out a little bit earlier tomorrow afternoon to do more drone streaming. I might go elsewhere just so that the winds aren't going to take the DJI Neo 2 drone and fly away. So yeah, we can get that done. What else? What else should be? So okay, the 3D printed case for the iPad mini, kind of look into that, or at least design the collar and print a test fit for the hub. Redo, head out again to do the DJI Neo 2 drone, now using the GLINet barrel travel router instead of utilizing the Netgear Nighthawk M7 Ultra, which I don't understand why it's not working utilizing that particular product. Yeah. Right, let's see who is online we can go and raid into. Yeah. Whew, okay. Let's see who's actually online. Oh, Rusty. Let's raid into Rusty Shakes. I believe he's currently playing Fallout. So, yeah. Let's head over and say hello. All right. Again, thank you to everyone who's tuned in. A big thank you to Shake for the raid earlier today. A big thank you to Intense7 for the raid earlier today. And also a big thank you to DJ Wiz for the raid earlier today. And thank you to Toxic70, Call Me Ali, Alec Marshall 52 for the new follows as well. And I'll probably do another stream tomorrow and just try to iron out any of the instabilities from the RTMP wireless streaming from the DJI Pocket 3. So I want to get that ironed out and smooth and stable for the next ongoing streams. All right. Thank again to everyone and hope you have a great night and bless. We are raiding into Rusty Shakes. Thank you, CFB. Five,